We're going to go ahead and call the Texas State Board of Examiners and Psychologists to order, the time being 10:02. Ms. Morley, you call the roll. Make sure we have a quorum here, please.
Mr. Adler. Dr. Becker.
Present.
Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Dr. Calhoun. Dr. Cartwright.
Here.
Dr. Linden.
Here.
Dr. Singh.
Yes.
And Mr. Rivera.
Here.
Very good. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to welcome everybody here, both here in person and everybody watching on Zoom. Really appreciate that. I want to welcome ASPPB who's here. Really appreciate you guys making the trip to Texas. Hopefully our allergies and all the pollen in the air is giving you a good welcome. I'm fighting through that as well. So again, thank you for being here. Want to also acknowledge Ms. Sarah Hayes, who's here from the governor's office. Appreciate you being here. And Lord Chair Gloria Canseco, the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council. Thank you for being here as well. Just to lay out some housekeeping for what everyone can expect here. We're going to go till about 10:50. We're going to I'm going to do the chair's report, which I'm actually going to be yielding to Ms. Canseco, who's asked to address the board. After that, we're going to get into non-EPPP public comment. We've heard some public comment in the past that the public would like to comment to the board closer to any action or decision or discussion that the board may be taking. So we will take non-EPPP public comment. Then we're going to hopefully plow through our regular agenda until about 10:50, where we're going to break for a short break before 11 with the ASPPP. We'll have the floor for approximately 45 minutes, and then we'll go from there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge Ms. Gloria Canseco to address the board. I appreciate you being here, Ms. Canseco.
Thank you. I appreciate your having me. Do I need to be on the mic?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. My voice carries. Thanks to all of you, not only for your public service, but for permitting me to speak to you today. I'm going to give a little background. Most of you know, but maybe the public won't know the function and work of the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council. We were created to play a central role in regulating behavioral health services and practices in Texas. Our mission is to protect the people in Texas by ensuring that qualified, competent practitioners provide behavioral health services and practices. And whenever changes are proposed, the council has to consider first how they affect market competition. I'm here today to voice my concerns regarding the Association of State and Provincial Psychology Boards change to the licensing exam used in Texas, indeed nationwide. And I feel that it appears to create barriers to licensing without a corresponding evidence of need. My assertions are the following. Additions to the current test present material cost increases to candidates for licensure. Median debt for psychologists at the PhD level across the country is about $112,000, and that's exclusive of another $85,000 for graduate and undergraduate work. And that was in 2022. We all know what's happened to cost prices since then. The association has not provided measurable data to support the need for increased vigilance of newly certified psychologists. I've talked to and looked at the Texas Behavioral Council's data, and they demonstrate no such need. The state of Texas has no reason to believe that behavioral health graduates, particularly those from our state, are unqualified to pursue licensure. Adding a costly test instrument without cause has effectively introduced a functional monopoly that places a stranglehold on trade that negatively impacts providers and by implication, the end user. And that's Texans in need of mental health services, particularly as our state is experiencing a heck of a growth rate. Principally, the resulting restraint of trade creates a barrier to a vital and growing public health interest. As an aside, I further question the membership input. I don't see it. Deficiencies in the current exam that might have prompted a second exam Haven't heard anything about that. Determination of consumer cost. The impact on the end user, and as I mentioned, ultimately for the public, who are the de facto end users. Given these circumstances, and in the absence of an alternative test, it is incumbent on me to recommend to the Behavioral Health Executive Council that we approach the legislature for intervention. To those who are not members of our state, the bumper sticker that is so popular, "Don't mess with Texas," is not a motto. It's a statement of our persona and who we are as members of the state. I welcome any questions or comments from any of you, and again, allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Questions or comments before?
Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Consider, what exactly did you mean by asking the legislature to intervene?
What I mean is that if there's no alternative to a second part of the EPP test, particularly as it appears to talk about skills as opposed to knowledge, apply the skills, I believe is what it said. What I mean is that the legislature may come up with an alternative that's more acceptable and less costly for our state. A step like this creates a barrier, much like we experience in the public health field, barriers to access to mental health services. And I believe if this barrier is what we all think it is, then the legislature might even consider this a public utility, a privately administered public utility that is controlled by a state agency. I certainly think that's a valid alternative, but I'm not an attorney. I just don't think this is right for our state.
Any other questions, comments? Chair Conseco, thank you so much for being here this morning.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, we're gonna go into public comment that would be more general in nature, not pertaining specifically to EPPP or to ASPPB, which we will be taking that comment later on in the meeting, closer to that discussion. So let me explain the Zoom to me here. Use the raise your hand function. Use the raise your hand function, and we will get to you. You are Mr. Spinks.
Yeah, if there are any members in the public in attendance and you wish to give public comments, you can approach the table up here and you can give public comment from there. Seeing no hands, seeing no movement. If there are any members of the public attending virtually, either by computer or by telephone, if you'll raise your hand and I will call on you there. Again, this is for general public comment. This is not related to the EPPP at this time. Anybody wanting to give general public comment? Going once, going twice. See no hands, Mr. Chair, and there are no telephone callers.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to the board administrators report, I'll turn it over to Ms. Moore to plow through whatever we need to talk about there. Or if there's any questions for the material. It's okay. Anything we need to go over the administrator's report?
Sure. Just briefly, we have PSYPACT update. We currently have 876 Texas licensed psychologists licensed under the PSYPACT for telepsychology, and we have 53 that are licensed to conduct temporary practice in the PSYPACT state. There are currently 41 inactive jurisdictions. The new states that have been enacted is Mississippi, South Dakota, and Vermont. And Mississippi doesn't have an effective date yet, but South Dakota and Vermont effective dates are July 1st, 2024. So currently there are 39 effective states. We'll have more states that those that are part of PSYPACT can provide services to other clients in other jurisdiction.
You're good. Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. For enforcement, I believe we don't have any action. That's just informational. If anyone has any questions on those orders that are already executed,
Yes.
any questions from the board? Hearing none. We'll continue moving on. That concludes all of 5. Correct, Mr. Spinks? All right, all of agenda
Yes.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Moving on to applications, we do have something to talk about here. You'll find that in the meeting materials. Kathleen Long, I believe, is she on Zoom?
Yes.
I think she wanted to address the board.
Okay. You got co-host.
Just to state the issue here. I'm sorry. Just to state what what the issue is here. Apparently on master's and doctoral transcript, the internship is not listed there, and the supervised experience dates are beyond the doctoral conferral date. And so that is the issue why staff was not able to approve this.
Yeah, the PhD was issued in 1995, and the internship that she did in Canada, she also graduated from a Canadian university, was in 2012 to 2013, so it was well after the conferral of the doctoral degree. And under the LSSP rule, it's requires that it be part of the education program or part of an APA, CPA, or program.
Very good. Is Dr. Long available on Zoom to address the board?
Yes, I am.
Very good.
Yes, I am.
We're generally familiar with this, so usually we try to limit this to 3 to 5 minutes, but Dr. Long, you have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for giving me the opportunity. It won't be long. It's only a couple of minutes, my little address. May I start now?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Should I turn on the camera? I don't know whether the camera is on.
It's your call, but we can hear you if you'd like to. You're more than welcome to.
Okay. Yeah, I turn on the camera, but this is an unfamiliar Zoom to me. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for letting me to speak today to address the board for my appeal. Since I already submitted a 3-page letter in last January, I will be really brief here and not to bore everyone. My application was turned down on the basis that my internship at the Toronto District School Board, abbreviated here as TDSB, was not part of my doctoral or master's degree programs. As someone already pointed out, I am here appealing to the board to make exception to my application on 3 bases. Number one, according to my understanding of Council Rule 463.9, specifically subsection D, E, and F, do make provisions for applicants who did not graduate from a school psychology program. Logically, one would expect a formal internship in a non-school psychology program would likely be in a non-school setting. Like in my case, I graduated from a clinical psychology program, and all my internships were in clinical settings. So my interpretation of Rule 463.9 is that it allows a formal internship at a school setting to be outside of an applicant's graduate degree program. That's my interpretation of Rule 463.9. Secondly, concerning my internship at TDSB, Dr. Andrea Adams, my retraining supervisor at the site, had attested in a form, documentation of supervised experience, that I have fulfilled all the requirements listed under Council Rules 463.9 subsection F and also 463.11 subsection D2. Concerning the Rule 463.11 subsection D2C, I would like to reassure the board that at TDSB, we have more than 2 full-time licensed supervising school psychologists on site. And the College of Psychologists of Ontario also sent a letter explaining what are required for a license in school psychology. The third ground relates to the fact that I have been a fully licensed school psychologist for over a decade in good standing at the TDSB. I hope the board would take this into consideration. And thank you very much for your patience listening on what I had already written in my appeal letter. I hope the board will make exception to my postdoctoral retraining in school psychology and grant me a LSSP license. I'm ready to answer any questions you may have, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are questions from the board? Dr. Long, I have a question. This is John Belamowitz. You said where did you say you're licensed right now? And which license is it?
I have a few licenses actually. I have a school psychology license at this time, and also a clinical license, a counseling and rehabilitation psychology.
From what jurisdictions?
Ontario.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, she's also licensed as a psychologist here in Texas as well.
But okay, so thank you for that clarification. Did we not pass a rule recently on LSSPs or is it?
It was for the degree. We didn't make an exception for the internship, unfortunately. We did accept degrees if we edited a different part of the rule.
It was for California, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the messy part of change.
So as far as the respecialization programs that we have worked with in the past, like the Texas Tech program, can you tell me how possibly how Dr. Long's recertification program would be? Is it similar to that, or in that particular case, how does that work and what's that process? Does anybody know?
That's more to deal with somebody that didn't have a degree in psychology or related. Let's say it's a counseling degree, and so they did a respecialization and they got enough the necessary coursework under the LSSP rule to then qualify. So the part we amended it was so that the degree would then count under the rule and we could then accept them. We didn't amend the part about the formal internship. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
This
Not
talk
a
about
problem.
we talk about like not lowering the bar and making sure we're not. This isn't about lowering a bar. This is about tripping on a rock and crashing into it.
Yeah, I think I'm where Dr. Cartwright is, because I'm thinking about this too from the respecialization angle, that this meets all of those criteria of respecialization. I mean, this candidate has clearly done all the work.
I'm in total agreement with that. I mean, and just looking at transcripts, looking at coursework, looking at everything, I mean, it's like a kind of a no-brainer. And the fact that she's practiced for 10 years.
Right.
You've got a rule
Yeah.
that is separate from the degree requirement, and that's what we were fixing in those earlier rule iterations. This is the internship requirement. It's separate from the degree requirement, and we did not fix this. Now, I don't know, even if we cured the internship, the coursework problem.
And no, I checked with Doris and there's not other. We didn't have a
Okay.
Coursework.
You really got 3 areas to hang up on the LSSP: the degree, which I think y'all have done a pretty good job of fixing. And you've got a coursework area problem, or where people can get hung up, and then you got the internship. So those are 3 separate legs that people can trip over on this stool.
But I'm still stuck on, didn't we? I swear I thought that we processed this idea that if someone was actively functioning in another jurisdiction,
Then we would
that
look
we
past,
need.
we would look past the degree requirement because they've already been vetted. They're functioning as such. We don't need to look at the degree. We didn't do that for the internship.
Because the applicant you're referring to was somebody that was licensed in California to provide school psychology, but her degree was and I think counseling or something. It wasn't a
Okay,
psychology.
so that pathway still meant that they had to meet all of the degree requirements that we had.
And the internship, all the coursework and the internship requirements.
Yeah, but in this situation, the degree is not in question. So we can, what are our options here? We can move to approve. Sounds like we need to send something to Rules Committee.
I don't know how you can approve.
The,
We leave it pending and send something to Rules Committee? No, you don't like leaving things pending like that.
You can leave her there for 9 to 12 months while this thing snakes its way through the rules process.
my
I don't know how we
understanding.
deny, I mean, this just seems so, I don't know. Is she unqualified? I always ask, I'm asking the question,
It's really silly. She is not unqualified. Somebody else feels that she is unqualified.
Staff are-
What were the original grandfathering rules for LSSPs? And like, Mr. Zagorski, maybe you even know on that, like how like the original, because at what point did she get that license and would it apply if she had been practicing and came over? I guess you'd still have to go by the current rule and law, but just kind of curious. I didn't, that would have a factor to play into that we can look at or try to shake it at a different angle.
So
There were no grandfathering provisions prior to the changes y'all made these last couple of iterations where you made it so that if you're licensed in another state to practice school psych, if you go to a certificate program, if you were, there's like 2 other iterations, something about if you were previously licensed within the past 10 years. I can't remember all the details, but prior to that, there was no forgiveness or flexibility in the rule. It was either thou shalt have this degree or you get denied. And so when you talk about grandfathering, there really wasn't. You could Frankenstein your coursework. That was about the only flexibility that the LSSP licensing rules offered. In other words, if you didn't have all the requisite coursework, you could go back, re-enroll, and fill in some holes in your coursework, but there was no fixing a bad degree. And that's what y'all have done now. Y'all have fixed the bad degree problem.
So that's not
A misfit.
Yeah, but that's not the problem here.
That's not the problem here. It looks similar. It feels similar, but it's different.
So this is why the board gets the hard decisions. Fall outside the bounds.
I'm still confused. I'm sorry. I'm so concrete. Forgive me. This person has been practicing for 10 years in another jurisdiction, and that still isn't fitting the rule that we made.
Correct.
the,
That has nothing to do with the internship.
We have to fix the rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
the internship rule says that it has to be part of a program, part of the regionally accredited university from a regionally accredited university, or it has to be an internship that's approved by APA, APIC, or CPA. My understanding, and maybe Dr. Long can correct this, I don't believe it was approved by CPA. I think it was done under some other accreditation, and that's unfortunately not listed in the rule.
Okay.
Can I speak? May I speak?
Absolutely. Go
Please.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't think that internship at TDSB was accredited by anything. Like in Ontario, retraining, respecialization was overseen. It's still overseen by our college, which is the College of Psychologists of Ontario. But according to my reading of the rule, about the internship, other than these 3 bodies, which is APA, CPA, and also another one, I'm not familiar with the other one. And there's a word or, the internship must be organized in the following ways. And there are like a list of criteria to fulfill in order to be considered an organized internship. And I did fulfill all the requirements under that section. I can't remember exactly where. That's my interpretation of the rule. It's not only the 3 bodies. in addition to the 3 bodies, there's a statement saying something like the internship has to be an organized internship. Because once it is like accredited by APA, CPA, and the other body, it assumes that all the criteria are met. But if the internship is not accredited by any one of the 3, the following criteria has to be met in order to be considered as an organized internship. And the one I went through was according to how I attested, like how Dr. Adams attested on the form. Like I did fulfill all the requirement under that subsection. If I remember correctly, it's 463.11 subsection F, or maybe 463.9 section F. I did lay out my argument in my letter, but I can't remember the exact rules.
Questions or discussion?
So there's the, I'm trying to remember the name of it. I had it in front of me earlier, but the association that approves like out of the country or whatever type of degrees, equivalency, I forget the name of it, but does that apply at all to internship, like to internship criteria?
Can we look at this and deem? I mean, can we call that ball or strike?
And the reason I asked that's because they approved everything based on the coursework, but yeah, just looking for another answer.
So the short answer is not yet.
Okay.
Because you, as the board, have the authority to set the requirements and the details of what the degree program and internship look like. And in this case, you have established under the LSSP rule a benchmark that has to be met, and you do establish an equivalency test, which is what Dr. Long is pointing to under the psychology rule. Unfortunately, you didn't give the equivalency of anything that meets the psychology rule. It's specifically something that is accredited by APA, CPA, or APIC. That was the alternative that's provided for in the rules. What you're hinting at, asking for, is something that we will address in the rule review process, which is ultimately, I think the board would want discretion in any case to find equivalency for any of its own requirements in the rule. And we will be bringing that idea to you through the rule process and putting that in the rule. Unfortunately, it's not there yet.
So basically what we're saying is that we want to provide this person with a license, but we don't have the means by which to do it right now. So our choices are to either deny her licensure or to table the licensure. And which is our better option?
Or deny. Which I don't think anybody.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is our option better at this moment, knowing that we will have a pathway to her licensure? Is it better to defer it or to deny it? I don't ask easy questions.
Yeah, or is there a difference? But like really, is there...
The question is premised upon the assumption that the solution we've been talking about is going to occur. So you would be tabling something on the chance. Now, it may be a good chance that it's going to occur. I hope it would, but
I am
as the law stands right now,
reason that a candidate this qualified should not be practicing in our state. I will say that on the record.
And I think for that matter, this is proof that this needs to occur. Like, I don't know that we have an option but to have this occur in the next 12 months.
See, all I do real estate, I listen to my attorneys most of the time, so.
I know it's coming.
I don't think you're getting much argument here. I think we're just asking how to go about doing right by this person.
As
May
the
I speak? May I speak?
Please, I think our attorneys would like a break.
Um, I'm asking if there's no rule to allow me, this is really not my interpretation of the rule. I see the word, other than that 3 accrediting body, and there's a word or, which is the following criteria to be qualified as an organized internship, which I fulfill all of them. I'm moving to Texas soon. I would very much like to work in a school board as a school psychologist, which is something I've done in my last decade of life. I think it would be a better way for me to adjust to a new country, a new state. I'm Canadian anyway. And I love my job at TDSB. It's hard to let go, but it's my family situation. My son is moving to Texas. So I want to stay in the same city like he does, so that I can support him. It would be really disappointing if I cannot continue working as a school psychologist. And in the future, I would like to do some clinical work with my psychologist license as well. But in the meantime, I'm really looking forward to work in the school setting. And I do have enough experience. I do have the qualification, and it seems like now I don't know I still don't understand the legal thing going on. But is it possible to approach my application from a re-specialization angle? That I underwent re-specialization in the year of 2012 to 2013.
I think to your question, I don't know if the specialization angle.
It's for psychology licenses that we have the respecialization part of the rule, unfortunately.
Dr. Lung, I have just something for you to consider. I think we all concur that you're well qualified, and we certainly want you in Texas. We wish we could welcome you now, but we're really constrained by the rules as they are written at this moment in time. And I wonder if you would consider your plan, implementing it really the way that it is, except in a different order. And I wonder if you would consider, since you have an active license in clinical psychology, as a licensed independent psychologist, to perhaps seek employment there first while we fix this.
Thank you for the suggestion. This is not what I desire to do at this point.
I understand.
I did look at, I did apply for some jobs, and to work in a mental health setting, many of them require to work with 25 to 26 clients a week. In other words, you see 5 individuals a week. I personally find it very emotionally demanding, especially in a new state, a new country. That's why I'm very hesitant to start working in the clinical area. Well, there are other jobs as well. But because I'm interested in working with veteran as well. With my very strong background in trauma. I've done trauma work for over a decade. Because I'm not a citizen, I'm Canadian. Most veteran hospitals or veteran jobs won't look at my resume. I can do disability assessment, all kinds of things. I just don't see an immediate vacancy that I can apply for. Plus, I'm more interested at this point to resume my role in a school setting. That's why I really would like the board to consider giving me the license. I don't know from what angle, I still don't understand the legal point. Yeah, but thank you for your suggestion.
I have a question for our attorneys. I have seen, there have been cases over my tenure on the board. I know the board has done things that probably tested the limits of, we did the right thing, but it may have tested the limits of the interpretation of the exact rule and it got fixed later, perhaps. Like that. Talking about a rule change and letting it snake through the system, that has more to do, between proposing it, sending it to BHEC, kicking it back and forth with our new model. The length of time that's going to take is simply because of our meeting schedule, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, so hypothetically, if we called a special meeting, concurrently, thinking about travel schedules and whatnot, we do have the hybrid model available to where, as long as the presiding member is available in public and accessible to the public, that doesn't specifically have to be in Austin, but we could hypothetically call another special meeting on bookending a BHEC meeting. Well, maybe I'm in town here in Austin.
Yeah.
To do
Good.
that. I could call another one, perhaps.
You could do a joint meeting if it was just a very limited purpose.
Correct. It would be for this rule purpose, call a joint meeting. If I needed to call a special one in Dallas, and make my office available to the public, or that's where I am, we just gavel in, address this rule, post it. Would that, how quickly do you think we could push a rule through the system if that was at our disposal?
6 months.
Dr. Long, what's your schedule on coming to Texas?
ASAP, actually, my son has already started his business visa. I hope to start the school year in August to get a job in the school board. I plan to come in end of June or early July. My house is already on the market. We are selling our house.
So I appreciate that, Dr. Long. We've had a handful of cases where we have an outlier. I think it highlights the problems in our rule in terms of this is what we want. We want people coming into our state to practice in this way. For the rest of the board, I'm willing to do whatever it takes on the schedule to make it happen sooner, or entertain motions to whatever your pleasure.
That would mean, what would we need to do today with Dr. Long?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
I
I don't know what the options are. It sounds like by law, we can't.
By rule.
By rule.
Yeah, no, it would be a law that we're messing with.
Would we table to then immediately bring it up at the September meeting?
I feel like that's probably as far as our attorney's recommendations, it sounds like that's the most palatable option. What we're talking about right now to y'all.
Yeah, the ultimate danger of granting her license today is you'd be essentially saying you're not enforcing that rule, which would mean we couldn't enforce it against someone going. And so anyone similarly situated would then have to be granted a license.
Anyway, okay. And that being if they just didn't meet the internship requirement in this set of facts, because we want to change this anyways, it sounds like.
Opens the door that.
Be very mindful. It may be similarly.
That are not qualified.
Someone could
Similarly
have,
situated, but
Yeah.
not have like a
Thank you for
proper
that.
internship,
Yeah,
and that-
thank you for that clarification. So can we leave this pending and then?
you can. Hurts our numbers. Now you've got an application pending.
Is that who cares about that? I'm just saying, I don't.
Lady right out there. I do. So some of the committees over the Capitol.
Okay. I feel like this is a good explanation for if it is, I mean, because who's gonna make the motion to deny? That's the problem I think that we have right now. Hearing none. I feel like we're probably gonna leave this pending and I'll see you in rules committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We have 8 minutes. We have one more that just got put into the file. I don't think we don't have time to do this right now. We're gonna have to come back to this. There's another denial appeal in your meeting materials. Perhaps we'll have a minute Does staff want to lay this out for us real quick and knowing that we're gonna have to come back to this?
Yeah,
Are you ready to lay this out? I can do it. Please, go ahead.
so, this is, a degree from Puerto Rico, where he's applying for an LPA. And he got, translated from Spanish to English, and one of the main problem that the licensing staff came with was that, he has a course titled Tutor Practices in Applied Psychology, which was, apparently the title for practicum, at his school. And so, my questions at the time were, basically, if you look at page 5, that application, it says he took the course Tutor Practices in Applied Psychology, which we know has to have 6 credit hours of. And does that mean 2 separate semesters, or are we saying that we can do that in 1 semester? It's a question. For Daryl or for
Is, we still have some more time. Do we have the applicant present?
Yeah.
To address this? I think we can probably hear from the applicant real quick. And I didn't, just coming back to our previous applicant, hang in there. We're gonna get back to you, Doctor.
Mr. Hurtado?
Hello?
Mr. Hurtado, can you hear us?
Yes, this is me. This is Omar Furtado. But I think you got my information wrong because my degree is not from Puerto Rico, it's from Mexico. I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran, and the issue with
so sorry.
no worries, you're fine. So the issue with I got denied because when I completed my degree in Mexico, I was given 82 credits, and when I did the equivalency here in the U.S., the company that I use, they gave me 59, and I requested a revision with another company, and they gave me 64 credits, and that was the reason I got denied the credits. Instead of having 60, I mean, the first company that I used gave me 59, but the second one gave me 64, and the one from Mexico, I got 82, and that was the only reason I got denied. That's what it said on the denial letter. My credits. I don't know if you have any questions.
So I do have a question, and we're looking for the transcript with the 59, but I see the one with 64 in front of me.
Yes.
And so I see a letter stating it is on page 6. It's from your school. It's from the evaluation company, where it says that your internship or practicum is under the course title of Tutor Practices in Applied Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was taken during the 4th semester from August 2nd, 2021 to December 17th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it was.
And is that the only semester you took the course for? You got hours for your internship for?
That was the only one. That's the one during that semester.
Okay. Do you know how many hours of internship hours you completed during that time?
I did a minimum of 300 hours.
Is that documented by supervisor?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay.
It's on the application, on the forms signed and everything.
So also when I look at your transcript after it was translated or kind of, it said you had 7.5 credit hours, US credits of tutor practices in applied psychology. So does that mean you earned 7.5 credits from that period between August to December 2021?
Yes, sir. When I did it in Mexico, the school gave me, if I'm not mistaken, it was 11, because I took 2 classes on that semester. So I think it was 11 and 11. And when I did the equivalency, that's the credits that they gave me, 7.5, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't have access to my documents right now at this moment.
Do you have any kind of, supervisor from?
Excuse me? Sorry, I'm just having issues with my computer. So sorry.
Sorry, it happens. I was at the worst time. So I was wondering, usually when the application, there is a signed document from the supervisor of the internship, confirming that the internship was completed, where it was completed, how many hours were completed, that kind of thing. And we're missing that. Even if it wasn't Spanish,
No, I submitted it on the application. When I first submitted the application, the supervisor, I'm sorry, she signed all the paperwork and then she submitted it to the board. I don't know why it's not on the file, but I submitted it at the beginning.
we're trying to pull that up right now. Does somebody else have any questions?
We're gonna need to take a break here in a minute. We may have to come back to this. It sounds like we're trying to get some more of this documentation for us.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Tata, thank you for being here today. I wish that we had a little bit more time to do this right now, but we're unfortunately gonna have to take a short recess. We are gonna come back to this, and it's a good chance for us to find that what you were just talking about, I think. Do we have that yet? We did. What's that?
That is emailing it from, I don't have it quite yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, with that time being 10:50, we're gonna stand in a 10-minute recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. No objection, we are in recess. Okay, we're back. It is 11 a.m. We're back in session. Wanted to revisit one thing real quick on this application. So I'm gonna throw the board a little audible here. Talk to staff briefly in the intermission, our break there. I'm told, you want to tell everybody what you just told us? I think it's all there.
Yeah, Mr. Hurtado is good to go. You got rid of it.
So, yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah, I don't know why it's here. So, there a motion to approve. Motion.
Yeah.
The move, second.
Second.
All in favor, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let's say no. You guys have it. Thank you very much. All right. Thanks, Mr. Hurtado, Mr. Hurtado, thank you for being here today. Okay, so moving on. Again, ASPPB is here today. We're very grateful for them coming and talking to us about the triple D2, how we got here. I'm gonna go ahead, if you guys want to go ahead and come up, got seats for y'all here so y'all can address. As far as slides go, yeah, those in real quick on how we run these slides through them.
Yes, we'll put it up. We'll share the screen. Just like you have to do. We want to move back and forth.
We'll just say, okay. And I'm gonna apologize now. I have not much of a voice, so I normally don't say this.
And we have one mic up there, so it's important for the public to hear what y'all are saying as well. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to kind of pass that mic around, and hopefully there's enough board on. Very good. Thank you. Very good. So first of all, I wanted to say welcome to you guys. Really appreciate y'all being here. I'm gonna make a very brief, just lay this out of kind of our concerns and what we're looking forward to hopefully having answered today. We have a lot of questions about the necessity of this test. When we look in Texas in terms of the things that we've had to deal with in our state, we, as part of the foundation of PSYPACT, we have an umbrella board that essentially is checking our work to make sure that it complies with good governance. There's no antitrust problems. I mean, there's a good reason for enacting any additional regulation. It's noteworthy in Texas, in a state that tends to not like growth of government. It's one of the first new state agencies that we've set up in decades. I think it speaks volumes to the legislature's importance of what they feel about mental health. The fact that we would set up a new state agency for that purpose. We've looked very closely. I've asked staff to do a lot of research on what do we have unqualified applicants entering the profession in this state. We haven't found that problem yet. And without that, we're very concerned about unlawful restraint of trade and the antitrust provision, antitrust problems that may pose. There's a lot of concerns that we've heard from the public and from on this board about the discriminatory aspect of it. I've heard a lot, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about the ways that to make it not discriminatory. I think the bigger problem that we've seen in terms of increases in barriers in occupational licensing, just an additional barrier in general, has a tendency to disproportionately affect minority and immigrant populations. So that's a question that we have. And the third, validity. And especially from my professional members, they can speak to that a lot more than I can. But from what I know about validity, it's essentially the idea is, does the test what it's supposed to? And I have questions about that. And that's, for me, that's personally magnified by the fact that I took the practice test for this. I'm not a psychologist. I do not have psychological training or experience, and I should fail these, both each will be 1 and 2 with flying colors. Each will be 1 I failed with flying colors, scoring just barely better than random. The practice test for each will be 2, though, a score of 800, I appear to maybe have passed. And that's concerning to me, that I shouldn't pass this test. I shouldn't come anywhere close to passing it. And the disparity between the 2 scores here candidly gives me a lot of concerns about, is this test testing what it ought to? So those are really, there's a lot of questions that we have. That's the best summary that I can give of it. And we're really looking forward to hearing what you guys say. So with that, we talk before.
Just wait till the slides pop up. Disappear. Good morning. I'm Michelle Paul, President of the ASPPB Board of Directors. On behalf of ASPPB, I and my colleagues thank you for inviting us to meet with you to discuss and clarify your questions regarding the EPPP as a 2-part examination assessing readiness for entry-level independent practice. Allow me to introduce my esteemed co-presenters today. Next slide. Next slide. In the sequence of their presentations. Following my setting of the stage, Dr. Alex Siegel, our Director of Professional Affairs, will delve into the historical context leading to the development of a 2-part examination for entry-level independent practice. Part 1, assessing knowledge of the what, while Part 2 evaluates the application of knowledge and skills, the how. Following Dr. Siegel, Dr. Hao Song, our Associate Executive Officer, Examination Services, will walk us through the meticulous process of crafting the examination itself. This includes addressing questions regarding data analysis, steps taken to ensure fairness, and validation efforts in alignment with our profession's psychometric standards broadly and credentialing examination development practices specifically. Next, you'll hear from Dr. Jen LaForce, who serves as the board's 3rd-year member at large on the examination track. Dr. LaForce will provide insight into ASPPB's policies and procedures designed to address concerns regarding cost, bias, and stakeholder input. Returning again, Dr. Song will provide additional insights into Part 2 of the examination. Dr. Song will share data on its
performance in early adopting states or jurisdictions, compare it against Part 1, and shed light on the type of items where individuals excel in knowledge yet struggle in demonstrating skills. Finally, our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Brunetti Atwell, will close with some additional thoughts for your consideration and transition us into the open question and answer portion of our time with you. Before we delve into our discussion, we want to explicitly acknowledge that we have listened to your concerns. ASPPB's mission is centered on supporting member jurisdictions in fulfilling their crucial responsibility of safeguarding the public. We share the belief that it's imperative to recognize that a pivotal aspect of public protection involves ensuring that individuals intending to practice psychology, professionals who will be assessing and treating some of the most vulnerable in our society, are competent to practice independently without jeopardizing the well-being of those they serve. Furthermore, to achieve the best possible outcomes for the communities we serve, maintaining consistent standards and upholding the integrity and trust of the profession of psychology are paramount. In this collaborative spirit, we genuinely appreciate your invitation today, as it provides us with the opportunity to assist during the pivotal phase of your decision-making process. Our goal is to furnish you with the necessary information and support you need to navigate this critical endeavor effectively. And with that, I'll pass it on to Dr. Siegel.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. This works? Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'd like to make a brief presentation on the history of competency movement in psychology. Unfortunately, people who do not know the history of competency in psychology tend to believe that ASPPB created this need to establish the E222. Next slide, please. As you can see in this slide, no, one before. I'm sorry. Thank you. As you can see in this slide, Dr. Nelson in 2007 discussed how education and training through the Vail and Boulder models and certification, and what he called certification, what we call licensure, evolved separately in the beginning aspects of the profession of psychology. It wasn't until the 1980s that there was a movement away from just looking at curriculum, counting hours, and focusing on the knowledge taught towards moving towards competency and seeking education and training with licensure. Next slide. More specifically in this slide, I know it's hard to read, but I believe you had the slides before. You can see how this conversation started in earnest in 1986 with NCSPP. Those are the PSYD folks who began to look at a competency model for education. Over the next 30 plus years, you can see how the education and training community, along with professional organizations, APA, CPA, ACPRO, which is the Canadian regulators, focused on developing a competency model for able to serve as psychologists. At each step of the process, ASPPB was involved to ensure those competencies made sense for psychologists providing those services, and to ensure the public understood those competencies, what they meant, which would serve to better protect them from potential harm. Next slide, please. While education was focusing on developing competencies at every level of education and training, if you go to the fourth column, you can see the profession was beginning to create a culture of competency to enhance the identity of professional psychology in delivering services. And in the fifth column, you can see the expectation was, beginning with education and training and the profession, that the expectation was the regulatory community, the licensing community, would develop a way to assess how competency was measured now and in the future. Next slide, please. This is currently how competency is assessed now in most jurisdictions. Faculty assessments, supervised assessment, patient complaints. Next slide. But there's an inherent problem with this message. First, it's not objective. Psychology programs want graduate students so they can maintain their accreditation. Supervisors only want to write positive things about their supervisee. When I was on the Pennsylvania Board in Psychology many years ago, most of the supervisors' letters would say that their supervisees were in the top 10% of all supervisees that they ever supervised.
There was an article written in days gone by, what was entitled, "Whatever Happened to the Other 90%?" Next slide, please. The Competency Assessment Task Force was created in 2009 to look at what competencies the field had been working on and begin a process to develop competencies for entry-level practice. As you can see here, you can see the similarities between ASPPB, the MRA, that's the Canadian, COA is APA. It's the same competencies that the field has been talking about ever since the 1980s, and they pretty much line up independently. Next slide, please. So during our meetings, and the next 3 slides will kind of give an indication of that. People on the task force, Emil Rodolfo, Carol Webb, and Jeff Baker, who you may know, he was a CEO of APACT and a former member of this board, would make presentations to solicit feedback from the membership at each one of our membership meetings. Next slide. And the next 2 or 3 slides, you hear some of the questions that were asked and some of the responses that were generated from our membership at those meetings as to whether this was important to assess and could this potentially lead to harm to the public. So ASPPB was an active participant, the membership of ASPPB, the people who, the jurisdictions who were at our meetings, the membership, were active participants in developing the competencies to be assessed and indicated that ASPPB could continue developing an exam. And you can go to the next slide, is a different question that had the opposite effect where the membership thought this wasn't something that needed to be assessed and that wasn't part of the competency package. And the next slide. In fact, over the 10-year period, 3 presentations at ASPPB and APA on developing competencies, addressing competencies, and developing an exam to assess it. And incidentally, in 2 weeks from now, there's 3 more presentations at our April meeting in Boston. Next slide, Mr. Spinks. And while psychology and ASPPB were moving towards competency and assessing competencies, other professions had already moved toward competency. Here's what the medical board does with their exam. Next slide, please. Is what optometry does, for example, because they believed knowledge alone was not sufficient and began to incorporate a skills test into their licensing exam sequence. Next slide. At these meetings, there was strong support by the membership, the jurisdictions, those present at our meetings, with the process to developing a skills-based exam for health service providers. So you can see within psychology how the regulatory community was working with education and the training community and the professional organization to develop what competencies were required for entry-level practice for health service psychologists, and then how to assess these competencies to protect the public from incompetent and potentially harmful practice. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siegel, to provide the historical evolution of the competence framework for psychologists. So in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to walk us through the process of the EPP. So as you can see, ASPPB have been tasked by the membership to produce a valid, universal, defensible, high-stakes examination to licensure psychologists. So the examination for professional practice in psychology, EPP, was first administered in 1965 as a standardized examination to assess the foundational knowledge of candidates for entering into independent practice. From mid-1980s up to last year, all 50 states in US and some territories and 10 provinces in Canada and 1 territory, altogether 66 jurisdictions have adopted EPP for licensure psychologists. Many predominant psychologists were actively participated in the creation and development of EPP from the early years. in 2008 to support the continued administration of each. We established the item development committee. And as you just listened, like from the mid-2000s, we started these initial development of the second part of each of the two skills to make it a competence-based assessment. So the initial job task analysis in 2008 and 9 established that kind of accountant for both parts. So the part 2 skills was first launched in 2021. Next slide. So as you can see, this is a part 1 knowledge, the content areas and the different kind of weights in the exam. You can see these covers mostly the foundational knowledge for psychology. Next slide. For part 2, you can see these are the areas, mainly the applications of those knowledge or the skills in psychological practice. So the emphasis is on the skills. Next slide. So in order to continue development, analyze, support these two parts of the each, many hundreds of psychologists were involved in that. These like over 10 different committees, they support the each group. This is for psychologists and made by psychologists. Next one. So in order to be served on these different examination committees, these are the very well-known established psychologists with specialty and expertise. We call it subject matter experts. They are from different years of experience, different practice settings, different geographic locations, and all different like social demographic backgrounds. So very diverse, very representative. Next one. You can see these are beautiful pictures of our exam committees. Next one. Here, I really want to shout out to psychologists in Texas. Thank you so much for your support of this great endeavor. So you can see many of psychologists served on the item development, on the item writing, on the selection of what to test, knowledge, skills, the job task analysis, and set the performance standards, and also the examination stakeholder advisor committee. So really appreciate all psychologists in Texas for your help to make this possible. Especially, we have a lot of people participate in the creation of part 2. You can see some are item writers in the most recent performance standard review in January. 3 out of 11 panelists were from Texas. We really thank you for your great support. Next one. So in the next couple of slides, I want to address some of your concern about the validation of each book and also whether it is biased or different other things, okay? So in terms of validity, so first I want to say the exam, it's kind of this is credential examination. So the purpose is to credential people to enter into the profession. So this is very important to keep in mind when you evaluate the validity. So it's not a regular kind of a psychological testing that is more individual basis. For credential examination, that's kind of a large scale licensure for licensure purpose. So you want to test people's kind of existing knowledge and skills. The validity of each OP is established through these kind of major steps, like the creator of the examination, all these subject matter experts, the content area, the knowledge or skills, they are established by job task analysis, not by me or anyone individually. It's from psychologists, and we surveyed all people in practice. What are the knowledge and skills they need in their daily practice? And then get that into the test specification, as I showed previously. Those content areas and the distribution of those content areas are from the real world, okay? And then multi-rounds of the content development from writing items, revisions, and testing, and the exam form together. Dr. LaForce will walk you through on that. And also every questions, in order to include in the final score of the licensure exam, they need to be tested. Those are, we collect statistics and to analyze and the feedback, including candidates' feedback about those questions before they can be part of your real score. So those psychometric analysis, and also is important, like the standard. This is kind of put a mark on the sand, but do it very scientifically, the rigorous process to do that. So with all these steps are followed the highest professional standard, the standards published by APA, by AERA, the American Educational Research Association, and also the National Council of Measurement in Education. They publish these kind of standards for educational and psych testing every 10 to 20 years. So the most recent one was published in 2014. So we follow those standards to create these examinations. So we are confident the EAAP is valid as a licensure examination. The content is very validated. The next one. So why not other validation? Because it's a credential examination. It's not individual psychological testing for psychological diagnosis or treatment plan. It's for licensure, the workforce. So we're not predicting, just like a driver license. Yeah, we know you have the knowledge and the skills, you know the rules to drive, have your driving privileges, but we cannot predict you will never have any car accident. So as each, we cannot predict how great you are going to be a psychologist. Those kind of outcomes are very difficult to define, right? So that's why EAAP is validated by its content, not by any predictive validity. The next one. So California, their Board of Psychology, their Office of Professional Examination Services, they did have their independent validation of both parts. And after careful review, they endorsed the validity of both parts, saying the development follow the standards, even follow their California OPUS code. Next one. Both part one assess the general knowledge for entering into independent practice, and also they especially kind of look at part two, field part two, is accessing the skills. And they like the part two, kind of the concept altogether with part one, become a confidence assessment tool. And also those more kind of scenario-based items or with audio, video reflect the practice better and better fit to measure those skills. So they do have endorse the validity of part one and part two after their independent review. Okay, next one. So yeah, I do hear some concerns about the differential performance on the examination, right? First, I want to very clearly point out differential performance doesn't equal bias. Okay, according to the 2014, the joint standard, bias is specifically refers to the construct irrelevant or underrepresented of those construct intend to measure. Those are called bias. So differential performance doesn't mean they are biased. Okay. So yeah, as we know they are differential performance by from accredited program versus not, probably from doctor students versus master students, people from school psychology or from clinic psychology or counseling psychology, PhD, EDD, or PsychD. They do have kind of some difference variation in terms of this, in terms of their performance on the each one. And also people from different social demographic background, they do have some differences in the performance. That doesn't mean it's the each is biased against any specific group. So we need to be very, very accurate in terms of what is bias, what is differential performance. So we are looking into those, but as you all know, there are many factors. They probably interact together. So it's hard to kind of decompose this kind of a variance, saying this is only because you are from this group, you definitely will not pass the issue. If you are from this group, you have no problem at all. So we are still looking into that, but I just want to clearly say that because differential performance is more complicated. It's not that it directly means we are biased against something. So I'll let Dr. Lofors to walk you through to see how rigorously we try as a developer of the examination, try to prevent any unnecessary kind of variance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak to the ongoing processes that we're currently engaged in, the things that we are doing to monitor and continuously improve the exam. And in doing that, I'm going to touch on all four of these areas, starting with, next slide, the iterative process of item refinement. It starts in a team. Each of those domains that Dr. Song just presented has its own team of item writers. When an item comes into the room, it is the team's item, where there are multiple opinions and checks on wording, structure, clarity, and relevance. At that point, the item then goes into an item data bank until it is time to create a new form or a new version of the exam. As a point of reference, for the HMOP Part 1, we create 2 new forms of the exam every year. At any given time, there are 4 active forms of that exam in operation. So when we are creating a new form for the Part 2, those items will be compiled according to the blueprint, and they come before the exam committee. The exam committee has at least one representative from each of those domains They all review the exam as a whole, and then together they discuss any questions or concerns that have been raised in their individual reviews. No item is operational until it has been pre-tested. When an examinee walks into an exam room and they take the EPPP Part 2, just over 75% of those items are operational. Those are the items that contribute to their score. The other quarter is one of 4 different rotating blocks of pre-test items. This ensures no item contributes to an examinee's score until it has been pre-tested. For both the pre-test and the operational items, there are continuous monitoring through item statistics. Next slide, please. Okay, what you're seeing here. This is how examinees are performing on one single item. This item has 4 options to it. It's a multiple choice question, and each one of those lines you see represent one of those 4 options. You can see how often each one of those responses is being chosen by examinees across ability levels. So those examinees that are performing more poorly on the exam as a whole are on the far left. Thank you, it's first hand. Towards the other end, you have examinees who are performing better on the exam as a whole. B is the correct answer. This is exactly what we want to see. It is being selected by all groups of examinees by all ability levels, but that difference becomes really pronounced as ability level increases. The parts I've marked off in green there, the distractors, those are also fully functioning. They're all being selected by some people. Sometimes we see when we're looking at the statistics that despite our best efforts, one of the distractors is not convincing anyone, at which point we will rewrite that distractor. And if that happens, or if any substantive change happens to an item, it goes back to pre-test, even if it had already been operational. We'll also look at item difficulty, which is the percentage of first-time test takers who get this item correct. And we make decisions to remove items if they're either far too easy or if they're too difficult. Too difficult items may be good items, but it might be that they're assessing a skill that's not quite relevant to entrance to practice, and this allows us to pick up on that. Next slide, please. Okay, obviously, protection against bias is something that has to be a consideration at every step of the process. And it is something that starts by ensuring that there's diversity and representation of personal characteristics, geographic areas, and area of practice in every single one of our committees. There's continued discussion about how items may be perceived or experienced, given that our examinees are coming into that room with a whole bunch of different experiences to them. And the fact that we have this iterative process means that different eyes help us catch different items of the question. We also do, one of the statistical analysis we do is differential item functioning. This allows us to see if an item is performing differentially for identified focal groups versus a majority group. Given the information and the numbers we have, we're able to do this analysis across 2 domains. For gender, we can compare the reference group of women with the focal group of men. And for race ethnicity, we can compare the reference group of white with the focal groups of African American, Asian American, and Hispanic. If an item is showing differential functioning among any of these groups, it is flagged and it comes before this committee, the Item Review Committee. The Item Review Committee is made up of individuals who touch no other part of the exam. These individuals have expertise in cultural competence and humility and are expertise in the experiences of a historically marginalized group. They review all the items and discuss them together and decide whether to retain the item, provide suggestions for rewording, or to remove the item. Next slide. This is an item that they looked at. They would have been in this room. When they see this item, they know that there's differential performance, but they don't know what it is because it is a blind review. So when they reviewed and discussed this item, they removed it for concerns about item content. They then see the statistics that brought the item to them. And as you can see here, this item was performing such that women were outperforming men on this item, and the focal groups of African American, Asian American, and Hispanic were all doing better on this item than the reference group of white. Next slide. To date, there have been over 2,000 items analyzed through this process. Of those, 57 have been flagged. All 57 have come before the item review committee and been discussed, and they have removed 8 of them. And it turns out of those 8, half favored the reference group and half favored at least one of the focal groups. All in, this is very limited evidence of potential bias. Now, the mechanisms are in place to do this analysis with the part 2, and it will happen as soon as our numbers are sufficient enough in order to perform this analysis. But the information that is coming from the item review committee, the considerations that are raised in their discussions, the feedback that they want to give to item writers, those are coming back to all of our exam committees, including all the writers for the 2 who are benefiting from that. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I've been speaking to you about what we do to care for the items. I just want to speak to a couple points about what we do to care for the exam as a whole. So we do a routine job task analysis. This ensures that the blueprint that the exam is based on remains accurate to the skills and knowledge psychologists are actually using in their practice, and that gets redone every 7 to 10 years. The standard setting is how we determine the pass point for the exam, and that is revisited every 5 years. However, with the EHOP Part 2, that first standard setting occurred with a necessarily small group of pilot test takers. And we had the plan to then revisit that once our numbers were great enough. And that happened again this past January, where a second standard setting occurred. Next slide, please. Okay, like many other groups in the early days of the pandemic, the ASPPB Board of Directors were having a number of discussions around how to reduce barriers, concerns related to students and early career psychologists, and what specific actions we could take. Some of the things that came out of those discussions was the creation of a sample exam for preparation. This is an exam that candidates can take as they're getting ready to take the EHOP Part 2. It's fewer number of items than the operational exam, but they are created through the exact same process, and they're in the exact same proportion as the operational exam. Our initial data on this show that candidates who are using this as part of their preparation are doing better on the EHOP Part 2 when they take the exam. And given that information, we have prioritized creating a second sample exam, and the exam committee for the Part 2 is meeting this June in order to complete that task. The decision was also made that the sample exam would be offered at no additional cost, simply at the vendor cost. And students have an option of either taking it online, or if they want to go into a Pearson Center so they can experience the whole exam procedure, that option is also available to them. Just a reminder that the Part 1 has been a stable cost for over 10 years, and the cost for the Part 2 was reduced. Next slide, please. At any given point in time, there are over 130 psychologists working to write and refine items for the EHOP. Those psychologists are all volunteers. They come from outside of ASPPB. For most of those people, this is their main, if not only, contact with ASPPB. This type of work only happens through the joint effort of psychologists across the broad range of our profession. I also want to speak to the exam stakeholder and technical advisory group. This was an effort to involve regulators and the training community to work on concerns that have been raised by the training community. It is intentionally broad, with over half the members coming from the education and training community, and intentionally including critics of the exam. They have provided us with recommendations regarding communication, which we have largely implemented, and research areas, and they're working to advise regarding more specific research projects. Next slide. It takes complementary efforts across multiple levels to ensure quality items and a fair exam. Thank you for allowing the time today for me to speak to the processes that we use. And now Dr. Song is going to tell you about some data.
Thank you. So now I want to walk you through some of the EHOP Part 2 skills data for those early adopting states. Next one. So from 2021 up to last month, we have a little over 430 administration of EHOP Part 2. So the first time, Part 2 skills passing rate is similar to the first time passing rate of EPPP1, slightly lower. As you can see, these are the jurisdictions they have EPPP Part 2 administrations. There's some variation from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but overall, the first attempt passing rate is 66. Next one. So when we look at the cumulative passing rate of Part 1 and 2, so you can see for the accredited program, Part 2 are very similar to Part 1. After second attempt, their passing rate goes up to 80. And after third attempt, their passing rate goes up to 84. So yeah, if you are, those students graduate from accredited programs, yeah, they will eventually pass, okay, at a mid-80 passing rate. For the non-accredited program, their passing rate are lower. Next one. So how each P1 and 2 relate to each other? They are moderately positively correlated. So about 30% of the variance of Part 2 scores can be explained by 1 scores. But another 70% are unique. So that's what we are looking for. That means EPPP Part 1 knowledge, Part 2 skills are measuring 2 distinct constructs, but these 2 constructs complement each other. Altogether, they formed the competence assessment we are designing. And these are the scatter plot. As you can see, they are moderately correlated. The correlation coefficient is about 5.6. And there are some who pass Part 1 at the first attempt, failed Part 2, or vice versa. The next one. So this slide is a little more information, but I do want to spend a couple minutes on this. These are the 287 takers. We can trace their first attempt Part 1 score with their first attempt Part 2 scores. You can see these are out of this close to 300 takers. We break them into 4 groups. The the green rows are the takers who pass Part 1 at the first attempt and also pass Part 2 at the first attempt. They are good, right? The dark green and the light green, they are good because the current practice is we need to pass Part 1 to take Part 2. So even at the initial, they didn't pass Part 1 at the first attempt. They do, that's a required for them to take Part 2. But what I want you to pay more attention is the yellow row. Those are the students, the candidates who passed Part 1 at the first attempt. Then for the Part 2, those are the those about 23% out of this close to 300 takers. We want you to pay attention to. In the bottom table, it's the Part 1 and all these 8 content areas. You can see this group for that circle, they are relatively weak in those assessment, diagnosis, knowledge, in those kind of management knowledge. Because that's the white row is those 10% who didn't pass either part at the first attempt. So those are probably the who didn't enter into the But look at the top table. For those people, even they passed at a kind of a relatively weaker in those important psychological practice foundational knowledge areas, if without giving them R2, these people, they are so weak in those important content areas, those skills, like diagnosis, treatment, supervision, collaboration, those professionalism, ethical practice. So if without part 2, we only require part 1, those 20% of people, they pass part 1 at the first attempt. If without giving them this additional skill assessment, they can enter into this profession because we have no other regulation on them, but they can cause harm because you can see from the top table, they are weak in these kind of 5 out of 6 skills content areas. They are almost the same as those 10% who didn't pass either one. So I do want you to pay attention to this. I feel this is definitely a value added of each of these part 2 to part 1 to regulate the candidates for psychological practice and to protect the public. Next. So these are the some example questions of part 2. This question is about child custody. Another question, next one. That's a substance addiction management questions. These are the questions of part 2. You do want your psychologist to be able to answer those questions to provide the safe health care to people in Texas or nationwide. Thank you.
So as we come to the end of our presentation, I believe it is important to look back at how we started our day together. And it is really with a thank you. We want to truly thank you for this opportunity to come before you. This is a pivotal time for decisions. It's also been good for us to revisit the conversations and the work that have gone before and have occurred over the last 15 years as the evolution of the utilization of competency exams have occurred throughout numerous professions. Guided by your request for information, we thoughtfully tried to provide you with information related to various aspects of the exam. We looked at taking a look back in time to remind ourselves of how the competency movement challenged our profession and how that sparked me to research and work toward developing a competency-based and national exam for psychologists. I sound like I have a bad lung disease. I'm really strong. I can hear myself pretty, so I apologize. We are also reminded, looking back at the history of the communications with our members, their support, and of the efforts that have gone into the advancements of the EPPP since early 2009. We have spoken to the benefits and the necessity of an enhanced exam in transitioning into a standardized, uniform, competency-based exam that will assess those entering practice based on a baseline level of knowledge and skills, and in a manner that removes inflated subjectivity related to one's performance. We have provided you with an overview of how the exam is developed, following strict test guidelines for development. and look into help examine those ongoing development, oversight, maintenance to ensure the proper attention is given to mitigate bias, ensure the exam remains a valid tool in the licensing of individuals, while at the same time being sensitive and cost conscious to those taking the exam. Next slide, please. While this information is important, it is even more important that we continue to have conversations like this we are having today. As our team has been preparing to come before you, one theme continued to be shared amongst us. That was the importance of ongoing communication and conversations. We hope that today is not a day in isolation, but a day of sharing and learning and the beginning of future conversations on this very important topic. Next slide, please. We are truly faced with a point in time when our actions will directly and indirectly impact many, whether that be students, whether that be consumers of care, governments, educators, those who later in their career may seek a license in another jurisdiction, or even those who in the future may seek to practice interjurisdictionally through PSYPACT. However, most importantly, as we look to the decisions that lie ahead, we must not lose sight of what is at the core of the regulatory community's mission. That is to protect and to promote the welfare of the public. So with that, again, we thank you. We recognize the task that is before you, and we are open to questions.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate y'all. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and have further discussion just for the board and the public edification and kind of format, how we're gonna do this in order to keep things moving. Each board member is gonna have about 5 minutes. And then I'll address this more later, but everyone's gonna have about 5 minutes to go through any questions or statements for the and then after that, we're gonna deliberate as a board and just further discussion amongst the board to see if any action needs to be taken. So with that, we're gonna stand at ease for 10 minutes. I've got 11:54, so we'll be back at 12:04 a.m. I'm sorry, 12:04 p.m. Thank you. Back in session. Okay, so just to recap where we are, thank you ASPP for that presentation. We really appreciate it, and we really appreciate you staying here to have a conversation with us back and forth. We're going to go through questions from the board, then we're going to get into public comment, which I failed to mention before we went to our recess. Public comment after that, and at that point we'll have, depending on where we are, we may take a short break, and then we're going to go into board discussion at that point, just among the board. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Lambden. And I would add, we are trying to keep this moving. And if with 8 board members up here, if we all took 8 minutes or 10 minutes, we'd be here for a while. So we are trying to keep it moving. I have told the board that they may have direct questions. If there's a direct question for the respective time and to keep things moving, we would appreciate a pretty direct answer. If there's an open-ended thing that's going to take a lot of time, obviously the board has the ability to ask an open-ended question like that, but understand that's against your time. But if there's a direct question asked, we would very much, out of respect to the board members' time allocated, to just get a direct answer to that. So with that, any other questions from the board staff? Mr. Landon, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I had to check my watch. I'd like to thank you for coming here today and giving us your time and offer you a warm welcome to Texas. I appreciate that a great deal of resources have been invested into the second part of the exam. A lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. While I wholeheartedly agree that assurance of competency is vital, I am not convinced this is the pathway to do this. I have concerns. The exam, just on its whole, this particular exam in the process is anti-competitive. Second, as our chairman indicated at the beginning of this meeting, that he passed the exam, yet he has no background in psychology. I have concerns that it doesn't have internal validity. If it did, people outside of the profession would not be able to pass it. It needs divergent validity. So in order for it to have divergent validity, there would have to be two distinct performances, two distinct groups that are not psychologists. And I'd like to ask, what have you done specifically, if you could help us understand, to control for confounding variables such as language dominance, which might be playing a part in the disparity of performance among certain groups? Has there been any deeper analysis of those groups that did not pass, either on part 1 or part 2 on the first try? Was English not there? For example, those deeper analysis might be able to give you information about English not being their dominant language. And so language dominance might truly be a confounding variable. And these are not complicated statistical questions. And given those points, I would like to ask specifically, will you allow Texas an accommodation to remain only using E-Triple Part 1? This is the one that has the data behind it, has the research behind it, and has demonstrated to be a good exam, for lack of more sophisticated language. Thank you.
Well, I think we have a couple of items here, specifically speaking to the language issue, I think is important. I think the other one is, again, the analysis around non-English dominance. So, Dr. Song, I think you're probably best poised to be able to share what is done around that area. Thank you.
So, in terms of divergent validity for part 2, I had the opportunity just chat with John in the break. So he told me he got like 64% correct on the sample. So he did do a quick math to come up with a score of 512. But that's not what's the part 2 standard. Okay, I can say I would not release the specific percentage of the part 2 SING score, but definitely it's over 70% correct for part 2. Okay, so yeah, he's close and about his kind of skills in answering some of those other questions. To answer 50 or 64% sample exam doesn't mean he will pass part 2. Okay, so the analysis I did for those takers of 1 and 2, those are the real exam. The real exam is double the size of the sample exam, and also the quality of that exam is definitely higher, because just to give you some familiarity with the content, with the item format, but that you pass the sample exam definitely doesn't mean you will pass the real exam. So I want to be clear on that. In terms of the language, we do, when we review the question, we write the questions, we provide a lot of training to make sure all these SMEs volunteers, they pay attention to the language level for those questions. And so we didn't see any kind of barriers or bias against people who are not native English speakers on either part. So we will continue monitor. That's something kind of as we are doing for gender, for major race ethnicity groups. If we have enough to report their our native language is not English, we will be glad to run some diff analysis on that. But we, as one of our writing, and also if you can look at the writer's menu, style menu, you can see we put a lot of attention to make sure, we do not use like a language complexity more than 8th grade to write those questions. So your concern is heard, but so far the data show we are having very complicated language because non-native speaker background has more difficulty than the kind of knowledge or skills we are measuring.
Dr. Lamb, time has expired, but I feel like we didn't get an answer to the last part of your question.
Bringing your mic over here. I didn't forget your question. So specifically today, we can't make that statement that we can offer, that ASPB can offer Texas that accommodation. The board's decision stands to have the EPPP be a 2-part examination effective January 1, 2026. We'll take back a report to the board in our April meeting based on our conversations today. But as of this moment, the answer to that question would be no.
I'm just going to take a point of privilege here since the test score discussed as much as they were. That's disappointing to hear that the practice test you're saying is not representative of the actual test, because I had asked to sit for the actual test. I'm sure that this would be representative of it. So that's a little disappointing to see that those are so different. And that's why I didn't push harder after I had asked to take the actual test, because I was hoping to practice test.
One, the numbers are different between the sample and the actual test. And 2, we wouldn't give access to the full test because of security. So even though we really respect you and your position, we would not be able to do that from a security perspective.
If I'm taking testing, how is there less test security versus me versus anybody else?
Oh my, you would be so surprised. I think there are test elements that are sold all the time. And I'm not saying again that you would do this. However, this is one of those situations that is much more broad than just one test taker. So test security is a very, very important area. Both with Pearson and how they set up the testing site. And in fact, at the mid-year meeting, Pearson leaders will be speaking about test security and their staff to be talking about how the vulnerability of those exam items are. It takes upwards to almost 2 years to finesse an item based on the various levels. So you might assume that there is significant cost from a knowledge element, but also from a financial element as you're building the test out. So please forgive me, I do not mean to be disrespectful to you, that you would be not a safe test taker. However, we have to apply the same parameters.
I don't know how else to take that down. Maybe well.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. That's just the way that's structured from a pure safety perspective.
I just don't see how I would be any different from any other test taker out there, especially for what you're asking this board to do. Moving on, Dr. Singh. Dr. Singh, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I have had it on mute. I've heard similar presentations from this organization elsewhere. So at this point, I have no question.
Dr. Singh. Mr. Bridges.
All right, good afternoon. Bear with me for a second. I'll start with this and then my question will be at the very end of this statement. So the argument that ASPPB has made has been that the EPPP and the EPPP Part 2 are not two separate exams, but one exam with two parts. The exams take place on separate days. There's separate fees associated with them and separate study materials. So I disagree with the assertion that this is a single exam, and I think most of the general public would disagree with that assessment as well. The EPPP was first adopted in 1965, meaning it turns 60 this year, next year, I'm sorry. In that time, it's been adopted by all U.S. states, U.S. territories, and Canadian provinces as a requirement for licensure as a psychologist. It's become not just the standard, but effectively the only option for examination. In my view, these two exams constitute a tying arrangement. For those listening in online, a tying arrangement is a legal theory that involves situations where a company conditions the sale of one product, the tying product, on the purchase of another product, the tied product, effectively forcing consumers to buy both. In this instance, the tying product would be the EPPP, and the tied product would be the EPPP Part 2. Per the FTC, if the seller is offering the tied products, or that is offering the tied products, has sufficient market power in the tying product, or if the tying arrangement is deemed anti-competitive or harms competition, these arrangements can violate antitrust laws. If we adopt the EPPP Part 2, we would have to explain to the legislature and to the Behavioral Health Executive Council why we're approving the addition of a barrier to entry at additional cost to licensees. So my question is, please help me understand how this isn't tiptoeing dangerously close to an antitrust concern, because we will have to explain this at some point.
For me to talk, I'm an attorney. I'm not an attorney in Texas. I don't believe in legal advice, but my understanding of antitrust would go to the Clayton or the Sherman Act. I don't believe that ASPPB is under those purviews of the Clayton or the Sherman Act. When I hear people talk about that, I think what they're really meaning is it has to do with restraint of trade, which all licensing laws, going back to the 1800 with Dent versus West Virginia Supreme Court case, basically said that states can do that to help protect the health, safety, and welfare of their citizens. So they can regulate that. So all licensing laws are anti-competitive.
That's true, but
even though I passed the real estate exam, I'm not a real estate.
That's fine, but the state is allowed to create or to mandate that we have to have a licensing exam.
Sure, that's what your act says, as well as your regulations mention the EPPP.
Correct. Over the past 60 years, the EPPP has become basically a monopoly. It is the only exam that is realistically available outside of states taking the time and spending the money to create their own.
Just like the medicines, one exam, 3 parts, just like the optometry, 1 exam, 3 parts. They're monopoly. If you want to become a physician in any state, you're going to have to pass all 3 parts of the medical examination criteria.
Right.
And that's a monopoly.
I'm not on either of those boards, and
I'm just using that to say that it's not just specific to psychology. Any profession who has been licensed 1, 2, or 3 parts, it's a monopoly. If you want to become a physician, you must pass those exams.
Correct. I'm saying that
the only exception to that is some states, lawyers, and most states have moved away from the Thomas Jefferson approach where you can study under a lawyer and become lawyers. Most states have now moved, for example, you have to take the bar exam. And some states have the multi-state as well as a skills part as well.
Mr. Chair, you'll my time.
We're going to go to Mr. Zaguris.
Thank you for being here, and I want to be pretty straight with this. You demonstrated data, and it's come from within. And I'm not accusing anybody of any kind of manipulation of information, but do you think it would be good to submit your data to outside sources, third parties, to remain an objective, to see if your test is valid, reliable, et cetera.
It depends on what data. Right now, as I said, those data we are in the early stage because these are based on the jurisdictions. They are adopting both parts right now. But if you work with us and give us your research question, we'll be glad to kind of look at the data for you.
We can also speak to outside review of our that has been to go back internal to.
We just held a press this week. We have an outsider university professor who look at our data and look at the unidimensionality of part 2 and the reliability of part 2. And the report shows part 2 is very highly reliable. The decision we made on this exam, even there's less than 500 takers so far, the reliability meet and exceed the credential examination requirement. We are having some external reviewers to look at our data, including our stakeholder advisory committee. Many are critics of EPPP, like Dr. Chavez or some people are on that committee. They are looking at our data.
Yeah. Again, the data that we're seeing comes straight from you.
We are the whole for the data. That is correct. And I'm hearing you say is you're accusing us of not being honest. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, ma'am.
Just trying to be clear
I'm
here.
saying there's other agencies, other credentialing agencies that would look at your data and see if it's correct. If it's it would behoove you to have some somebody else saying this test is good.
And I would refer back to California and how they reviewed our exam and the outside individual that Dr. Song just spoke to. So I do feel that we have attempted to do that. And I'm not saying that will be in isolation, but it does sound like you're accusing us of not being honest, sir.
I don't see it that way, but
Any more?
no.
Mr. Adler.
Thank you. So I appreciate your presentation, but my concerns are more broad in the way that EPPP2 is being the approach you guys are using. I see that I saw the chart of how many current states, provinces, territories are implementing the EPPP2. It looked like around 6. Is that right? And how many total states, provinces, territories is under your purview? That is 6 out of how many possible? 66. 6 out of 66. Okay. So that implies to me that there is a wide concern about from state to state about implementing this exam. The one-size-fits-all approach ASPPB is using to try and solve problems, let's say for the state of Texas, that we don't know what problem you're trying to solve for the state of Texas. However, this is the mandate from ASPPB. And frankly, it is an authoritative mandate, and it does not have any bearing on each individual state. So to me, that is a fraught with danger scenario. You do not know the particulars about each and every state. You have not addressed any of the implications for each state and how it's governed and what each state needs. Therefore, you are, in my mind, fomenting a lot of animosity from other states, bitterment, resentment that I don't know if you guys have considered or noticed. And it may be indefinite that these things last, because there are many states that do not want to implement HLP2. You can't argue with that. 6 out of 66 so far. So, and those are states, I believe, since I believe that you have representation on your boards or in other parts of your leadership. So what problem of our state are you trying to solve? How are you trying to make things better for this board and the people of Texas, not only potential licensees and the public? Your logic for installing a unilateral mandate for HLP2 or no HLP at all. I don't know what the logic is for that, what you are trying to gain from such a position, but obviously it sounds like you're trying to force states to implement HLP2 when they don't want to necessarily, and you're holding HLP1 hostage at that time. That does not allow the state to be treated that way, and we're surprised to be treated that way by a collaborative organization such as ASPPB. So my question is, what do you have to gain from such enforcement? Why are you being so all or nothing and basically, mandating something that we would have preferred a more collaborative discussion, a more, with different options, but that is not what's been given to us. That does not make anybody feel like it's a two-way street, which it should be in these situations. So my last point is that are you prepared to deal with long-term embitterment and resentment from many of your member states, either because they feel forced to adopt HLP2 or because you might lose them, and some states may decide to just do it on their own. Mm-hmm. Have you thought of those implications? Basically, the writing on the wall is people have problems with it. Why are you continuing to have this mandate without being more flexible, seeing on the writing on the wall?
So I'd like to pull back a bit in terms of the lens we're thinking from. This tension between different jurisdictions' individual needs and the integrity of psychology as a profession has existed since the beginning of ASPP, when it was the American Association of State Boards. So we're talking about working together over decades as a part of the profession, which includes education and training, the professional community, and the regulatory community, trying to hold together what a psychologist is, what their knowledge is, and what their skills are. And as we tried to share in our presentation, this history goes back to the early 2000s and the competency movement. We're the only providers that don't have a skills exam. That can be a problem when you are setting side by side with other health service providers who can't understand why psychologists who want to sit side by side with other health service providers and be at equal footing at the table, because what we have to offer in terms of not only protection of the public, good health service to the public, where we don't have a culture of assessing skills is problematic. So this is not about ASPPB being authoritarian. This is about ASPPB listening to the education and training community, responding in over 33 meetings over 15 years, working with the membership, telling us that they wanted us to move forward with a skills exam. In fact, there was a meeting where ASPPB board said, if we're going to move forward, we're not moving forward with this exam without support of the membership, and the membership repeatedly gave support.
Membership of your organization?
The membership of ASPPB, yes.
That's part of the problem. Like, we're talking about, you know, membership from some states. You're just, you are operating within your own institution, your own opinions, and therefore they're a lot more.
Mr. Adler, I'm talking about 66 jurisdictions. All of the jurisdictions in North America are the members that I'm talking about. The was always coming from the members. In fact, you made reference to the fact that one of the only jurisdictions, you implied that jurisdictions only adopted the exam because, for example, I from Nevada sit in a leadership position. I didn't sit on a leadership position until after Nevada's board decided to move forward with the exam. And Nevada moved forward with the exam because we had decided as an independent jurisdiction to create our own skills exam because we did not believe that the part one was sufficient for demonstrating competence to practice in the state. We had an oral exam that, of course, we know how it is fraught with problems oral exams are. So we moved to a written vignette-based skills exam, which we did believe offered us a different, based on what we knew from oral exams, and I was an administrator of oral exams, I could see past the part one, not tell me that a standard score of 95 on an IQ test was average. I heard that that was well below average, and from a person telling me that in an oral exam. So we believed that we could not demonstrate basic skills to practice competently and safely in our state. We had a skills exam. We needed to take that skills exam off the table and use the national based developed skills exam from ASPPB. It was partly a financial decision, but also partly because it was a much more robust examination process with over 130 subject matter experts. It's I can promise you, to create your own skills exam is a very time intensive process that Nevada embarked on for many years and decided to take that off the table and replace it with the part two because we did believe that we needed that, because we saw in real time people in the oral exam giving us terrible answers that were very scary.
So we're going to Dr. Cartwright.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your presentation today. And I do look forward to further collaboration and discussion with you all at the mid-year meeting coming in a couple of weeks. I just have a couple of general questions that I think we're all kind of wanting to know. From a data standpoint, is there any data to support or to show an increase in the disciplinary action over the past, like for instance, in Texas, when we no longer have the oral exam? We're not really, I think the numbers from talking with staff and just looking at numbers, we're not seeing an increase in disciplinary action at this point. So are you all getting any kind of data on in regards to that information or respect to that information that also is kind of pushing along this CPPP part two? So that's one question just regarding data on that particular issue.
Yeah, we did look at some data, not necessarily the discipline data. We have a database to hold that data, but as you all know, discipline data, it has some kind of delayed, and also people don't report, that easily. So, the discipline data we look at did show a lot of ethical issues or unprofessional. So that's why we feel the focus on those on part two is very important. But whether people who didn't take part two will end up have more discipline issues, even this is still in the early adopting stage and also the delayed fact. So we did not have that data to yet. But when we developed part two, we did look at a lot of research, those peers and who say they're not trained well in those real clinic experience. So we feel the needs, the necessity for to in that sense of data. And also, if you look at our doctor report last year published, we look at the data before pandemic and during pandemic. We break them into two groups. You can see the performance even on part one was lacking during those 3 years. So all these make us feel the necessity of skill assessment to assess skills.
Answer that a little bit. Two things. Let me make 2 points. One, I teach ethics for graduate school students in ethics and professional responsibility. And I always ask them at the beginning of the semester, how many of you think that if someone were to cheat on an exam or a licensing exam, that would be unethical? And that could prohibit someone from getting a license. And everyone raises their hand. My next question is, how many of you would report that? And I have to tell you, in the 10 or 15 years, only 2 hands have gone up. Boards don't act sua sponte, they respond to what comes before them. In 1990, the Cleveland Plains Dealer Press, the newspaper in Cleveland, did a whole expose about how few complaints were generated in psychology against psychologists. Their takeaway was, since there's so few complaints, why do you need to have a profession? Why do you need to regulate the practice? Because it's less than 0.5% of people are disciplined in psychology. So it depends on how you want to take it and where you want to go with that. But historically, and Eric Harris, who some of you may know, who works for the trust, he and I go back and forth because he says it's about 25% of psychologists have a complaint file. But I know the historic data going back 30, 40 years, it's less than 0.5% of psychologists have ever been disciplined.
I mean, as you know, we're kind of stuck, between a rock and a hard place here. We, in some ways, it's viewed as, our legislature, we do have a mandate to reduce barriers to entry. On the other hand, it's some of the optics appear, and not just with our board, that this is increasing a barrier to entry. And so that is obviously a big issue for us. But one other question that I'll just ask, because I know I'm running out of time here, but is this timeline set in stone? I mean, obviously, like from statutory, with respect to statutory, legislature meets every 2 years. Now, again, it may be more of a rulemaking issue, but we are kind of coming up on this deadline fairly quick. I mean, January 2026 is not that far away. By the time we blink, it'll be here. And I know all the boards are really just having a lot of issue with how this process is going to be laid out, how there's so many things to it that need to be figured out and ironed out. Is this timeline just set in stone, and is there any potential push out date or a way that can be negotiated as we work with you guys going forward? Whereas we figure out our own solutions at that time.
So the date was set by the board, as I mentioned before. As it stands today, that's the date. The board can always revisit any agenda item that's brought before it. And if we continue in conversation, we can certainly respond to future requests. So to answer the question, is it absolutely set in stone? No. That said, the board has made it clear based on past experience, you know, an accommodation was already made. Can't remember what year now, 2020, to make it a rolling adoption and allow early adopters to go move forward with it. And there are states, we gave that 3-year window or 2.5-year windows because we had conversations with jurisdictions. To Mr. Adler's question, we have been in active conversation with every single jurisdiction in our membership. And we felt like that was the window that would best suit the vast majority of our jurisdictions for the time they would need to implement the two. If that helps answer the question.
I yield my time.
Yeah.
Dr. Becker.
Thank you all so very much for being here. I think that our concerns have been handled as well as you can possibly handle them under fire. And I appreciate your willingness and your openness to come and talk to us about all of this stuff. I think a lot of the concerns that I have are really on the regulatory aspects and some of the process things that we as a board need to answer to in terms of the questions that our public asks of us. Just briefly, I want to ask Ms. Moore, how many applicants do we have in a year, psychologist applicants roughly? You guys know?
Around 800.
Around 800. Okay. I just wanted to get that number out there to y'all because I think it's important to consider that the data that you showed us today, when you are showing us data for 300 applicants across 6 jurisdictions, that doesn't even total 1 year of applicants in our state. Okay. We talked a little bit about Nevada that has 2 PhD programs. I don't want to hazard the guess of the number of educational programs that we are talking about coordinating in this state. So when we talk about the jurisdictional coordination that needs to occur in the state of Texas versus the jurisdictional coordination that is being undertaken in other states to enact some of these things, my grace for all of the things that must be coordinated in other states to enact this in the timeline that was initially set, we're talking about different numbers here, y'all. Very, 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 very different numbers and a different scope of downstream impact for this state and what it means to talk about restriction to mental health services when you put in a barrier that is going to change the ability for 1/3 of those individuals to pass another barrier to become licensed. Because those are the numbers that you put up. 1/3 of those applicants will not be able to pass this exam, we think, the first time they take it. And they are going to have to pay another $450 to take that exam again. I want you to think about that for a second. For us, those numbers are really high. That is several hundred applicants that will be delayed in their ability to provide mental health services in our state. And we need to provide a compelling reason that they should not be allowed to practice. Not just there is this little sliver of possible overlay of minimal practice standards that we think we are accounting for, that you are telling us that our licensed supervisors in the state are not already accounting for. And that's where I'm really struggling with some of the messaging that we're getting. Not that I think this test is so horrible. Not that I think that what you are asking us to do is so horrible. Not that any of the things that y'all are telling me are so awful. But that through line is impacting where our providers here in Texas are going to serve our rural populations. Potentially, you're taking not practice differences for my psychologists of color in this state, psychologists with language differences that are going to serve our Hispanic populations in this state may have a harder time becoming licensed at a higher cost to them and to us. And I have to justify that, and I'm struggling with that. On top of that, the biggest question that I have to you all, and I'm trying to find a humble way to ask this question, so forgive me if it doesn't come out that way, because y'all know me a little bit, and you know that sometimes I stumble on these things. But this consideration of the date and the time and how this was all done, this mandate came about as a leadership decision. This was not debated, as far as I know, in general on the floor at ASPPB. This was an executive decision that came out to the ASPPB jurisdictions. And I would like to know if there is opportunity to allow the jurisdictions to have that opportunity to discuss this decision as a committee. And if there is an opportunity to discuss these regulatory burdens openly about the challenges that states like Texas are having around this, and the idea of this mandate and why we are having these challenges.
Well, I feel there's always opportunity to discuss. So I think those questions that you just, the statements that you just made, I think it's very important to take those back to our board. You have 2 of the 7 board members before you today, and I'm really thankful for that, because I think that they will carry weight with the message as it goes back to our board in a couple of weeks. I really appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the openness. And I hear the appreciation back to us. So I want to recognize that we are going to leave here today feeling that this was a good conversation. We may not get where everybody wants to be when we leave, but I think this has been an amazing conversation today, because we have work to do in our house. I think we've tried to show you the work that we've been doing and how it hasn't been isolated. It's been decades, and it's really been meant to be very thoughtful from a very 360 perspective. But there's always going to be some spots along the way with any big decision that's not going to look as good as it may have been hoped to look.
And I don't want to criticize the work that y'all have done. Y'all have done a ton of work. You really have. And I want to acknowledge that. And I think the challenge in discussing competency in particular is I do want to throw out there, and Dr. Song, you started to talk about this. Competency post-COVID is a very squirrely bird. And I'm a training director for a postdoctoral program, right? So we did see a huge change in competencies at large during COVID. So I think adding a mandated minimum competency test that tests and puts another barrier post-COVID when we haven't seen where folks are post-COVID and getting that leveling out post-COVID, these are trainees that have gone through school in a different way than providers did 3 years ago or 4 years ago or 10 years ago. They did not experience grad school the way I did 20 years ago. So it's almost like we're putting a different barrier in for what we set standards to. So I also want to throw in that COVID changed our world too. And so I think we're doing this at a really funny time too. And we probably all need to acknowledge that a little bit in this discussion as well. So I want to drop that breadcrumb because I think it's an important thing to keep in mind with these folks that are coming through school now. Their experience of grad school in the last 5 years is very different with those interrupted 2.5 years that COVID had on them. And I worry about adding a barrier right now.
I really respect that. You know, we've had conversations with APIC, and over that COVID period, they were seeing significant change with those that were not able to complete internships. They were failing out because of performance, because of skill. And so I think what you share is being seen in a variety of areas. I get kind of mesmerized with every comment because it's like, when is the timing right? You know, we take what has been learned over the decades about this area. And I put on my public safety hat. I spent 25 years in criminal justice service. And I think about those that may have come through that system and how they didn't represent everybody who may have misstepped. And I'm not correlating those individuals with our profession. And I'm not assuming that people are out there doing bad things that we don't know, but there is a possibility that somebody's out there doing something that we don't know. And I really come back to that consumer of care. And this, I'm not challenging you all. This is just Mary Ann taking a moment. I think about my parents who have passed. And I think about when my mom and dad, I know they were receiving good care and granted symptom reduction and so forth would give some suggestion they would have just believed to do what they did because somebody was called a doctor. And I'm hoping, as I've sat on a licensing board also in my past in Missouri for 8 years, the job that's before each of you is hard and it's so important. And this discussion is hard. So I think we leave here hoping that we've shared some of our look in our world and opened that up to you. We're leaving with more comments back from you also to look at timing issues, a variety of other elements that I think are going to be important for our board to hear what this conversation was here today for further review and consideration.
And I know my time is up, and I just want to make one more quick statement, which is somebody brought up medical licensing boards and some of the other licensing boards. Medical licensing boards have actually been reducing their steps. They no longer do orals. They are reducing how they are doing their exams. And so we are going the opposite direction in adding a licensing step with this. However, again, I think the concept of the idea of both knowledge and competency or clinical skills, the theoretical idea, I think the majority of people are actually probably behind. Someone else on this board made the point that you have I think it was actually Mr. Bridges, that we are calling it a 2-part exam that's actually functions as 2 separate exams with 2 separate charges. And if you actually found a way to put these things together as one exam, shortened it, did it in 1 day, 2 parts, 1 part knowledge, half of it clinical, you would get a much higher buy-in from the general public than what you're seeing today. And this is where I'm encouraging a more public and open conversation about what it is that conceptually we might be trying to do versus what states are being mandated and asked to do right at this moment. Because I don't know that there is as much resistance to the conceptual ask as there is to the pressure to do this thing right here that looks like this.
I'll go ahead and close this out here for this part of our meeting.
I have actually one, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I have a question, and I apologize for appearing to be a little bit coming back to this, circling back to this. Given what Dr. Becker has laid out, the complexity, the Herculean task that we face in Texas, specific to Texas, I would like to ask you directly if we may have a delay, formally ask you. So Dr. Cartwright asked, but we didn't stretch it, we didn't go to that place. So to kind of speed up the process, I would like to formally ask you to delay the implementation to January 1st, 2028 for Texas.
Thank you. We can take that request back to our board. We have a meeting in end of April, so we can put that on the agenda.
Not to throw water on that, Dr. Lambert, but just, we would probably need a resolution from the board to make that formal from Texas, but
Yes.
your comments, absolutely, you should take that back. Dr. Lambert's made her opinion very clear, which I appreciate.
Well, contingent on whatever formal process you have to go through to make that request, we can wait for that in front of our board, or we can do it.
It's on our agenda.
Based on
I'm not
today.
sure what the will of the board will be, but we'll get into that discussion here after this. Anybody else in the closing? All right. I just want to start by saying, Dr. Renee, well, you and I have had a lot of conversations over the past year, and I really personally appreciate you. We've had very good dialogue despite our exchanges today. But this is the elephant in the room. You guys have put us at loggerheads, and it is ASPPB's actions of this deadline that puts us between this rock and the hard place. I don't know which one you want to call yourself, the rock or the hard place, but you're one of them. And then one other is our legislatures and our regulatory structures from sea to shining sea in all 50 different states and the other territories and jurisdictions that are members of ASPPB. My question was, and I know the answer to this question, when was this ever put to a vote before the membership of ASPPB? And the short answer was, it wasn't. Back to Dr. Becker's point, it was an executive decision that the board made and rolled out at the national meeting in Maryland a year and a half ago. We were told this is what's coming. So let's be very clear here. It is ASPPB's position to use the test that has been adopted and taken up by all these states since the 1960s. It is ASPPB's decision to use that as a cudgel to bend jurisdictions, again, from the Red River to Canada, up into Canada, and from sea to shining sea, to bend us to how ASPPB believes that this profession ought to be regulated. We are accountable to the legislature and to our governor. You guys are not. We are. And so the fact that this is being dictated to us is quite concerning, and it's a fundamental change in the nature of this relationship. I've listened to some of the other states and their concerns. That one of the concerns that license could be fractured across all 50 states. That's right. That absolutely could, because not every state has the ability, based on the hurdles and roadblocks for us to adopt this, even if you had unanimous decisions up here from all of us that we thought this was a good idea. Even so, we may not be able to. You can see that that's obviously not the opinion of this board. New York asked some great questions, and they actually stated probably the bigger elephant in the room is about the economics of this. There's a cost on the consumer side of this in terms of applicants. There's a barrier to entry who are saddled with debt coming in as a profession that you don't roll another, testing fee into your debt, your student debt. They got to come up with that. We just did a report, Health and Human Services here in Texas did a report last year. 98% of the 254 counties in this state are mental health shortage and mental health shortages. Many of our counties have one, sometimes none psychologists. So you heard earlier in our meeting, we have an applicant who wants to come here from Canada. We're going to figure out with our meeting schedule and how we can get creative to hold the public meeting to potentially change the rule a lot quicker than we would otherwise be. Why? Because we're going to get one more psychologist in this state. That is what we were charged with after Uvalde, and our legislature gave us explicit instructions, explicit directives. And thankfully, we had actually already started because we called a special meeting and began that process ourselves. They told us to reduce barriers, unnecessary barriers to entry, streamline our processes, and figure out how to get more players on the field. And it's come from both sides, Republican and Democrat, by a very liberal member, probably one of maybe even the most liberal member of the Texas House of Representatives, about if they're going to give more funding to mental health, where are the practitioners going to come from? I'm not saying that this board has the solution, but we certainly may not, cannot, will not be part of the problem. And I see no particular problem right now with the qualifications and competency of our new applicants coming into this profession. Why are we going to adopt a second test? And again, it was ASPPB's decision to use the test that has been taken up since the 60s. We use it all across this nation. That is the leverage. That is the pressure point that you guys chose to do. And I'm very disappointed. I did not think, now it's, I think, on full display how frayed this relationship is, that we're going to have to figure out, where do we go from here? Do we repair it? Do you guys take us out of this rock and a hard place? Because right now we're in the middle of it, and so are a lot of other states, and that's pretty disappointing. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you making your case, and I very much appreciate you standing for our questions. Anything else from the board? With that, I think, are we good to just jump into public comment? We need a break. We go to public comment. Let's go to public comment.
I will let you know. We were told we were to leave at 1. So we booked flights later. If we need to move our flights, we're happy to do that. We want to be available. But well,
that's
if we need to change anything.
As far as the questions from the board, I think that that was this portion of the meeting. So if y'all need to go, I want to be very respectful.
Do we have public comments? Because we want.
What do we have?
If there are any members of the public attending virtually that would like to give public comment, now would be the time. If you'll raise your hand, I'll recognize you.
Can you tell us how many people are observing, or at least how many people we have on, how many hands?
Right now, we've got 34 people attending with 1 hand up.
Okay.
So here we go. Okay. All right, Ms. Batiste, did you have public comments you'd like to give?
Okay, and real quick, everybody, 3 minutes on public comment. State your name, who you're with, for the record, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Dr. Chanel Baptiste. I am currently provisionally licensed in the state of Louisiana, and I am representing an advocacy group called Radical Psychologists. We are a collective of Black psychologists to be who are representing different states, who have all come together first initially to study for the EPPP Part 1, but then to advocate and do work around the problems that we've been seeing with EPPP Part 1 and our concerns about EPPP Part 2. We actually had the privilege of meeting with ASPPB back when we first started, and when we started collecting data, survey data from other Black site licensees to see what everyone was saying in regards to their experience with EPPP Part 1. So they might be familiar with my name. But what we were finding, because we couldn't find it online, and what we could find was limited, but basically aligning with what we thought, was that Black licensees were failing at a higher rate, and to rephrase it, not passing as often as our white counterparts. And when we asked if ASPPB had data, regarding that, they said that they did not have that data. And so we think what we have with us is really important, and we're still collecting data with up to 124 respondents. And so far, what we have found is that on just part 1, less than half of those who have responded have passed the part 1. We have someone who recently replied to our survey who has taken the test 12 times, recently passed 516, and has spent well over $10,000 just to get through part 1. I have not passed the test yet. I'm on my 3rd attempt, and I am also going back and forth with my state to end the 3-strike rule that would basically end my career if I do not pass on that 3rd attempt. And so I just want to commend you all for taking a stance today about EPPP Part 2. And I hope to implore you all to go even further to say that we haven't even addressed the issues with Part 1. And whatever issues that they say they may be addressing, it is important to point out that how are we addressing issues about racial disparities with pass rates if we do not even have the data to say how bad it is? And based on what we have collected thus far, it's not that great. And so I will end my comment there. If you'd like to discuss anything with us further, you can send us an email at radicalpsychs@gmail.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Dr. Lorenz, did you have public comments you'd like to give?
Yes, hello there. My name is Sarah Lorenz, and I obtained my PsyD in 2021. I've completed my postdoc hours. I've taken the EPPP 3 times now. I've spent close to $9,000. So I am echoing the financial struggles that we all go through with just the part 1. I want to say thank you to the board for allowing public comments today. Thank you for having that special session you had in March to discuss the growing concerns regarding the EPPP and the ASPPB. I think Texas is now being put into a position by the ASPPB to accept their own possibly biased data information, which is problematic in and of itself because there's no independent third party to investigate this data we've been presented with. And as mentioned before, now it's acting as a functional monopoly on trade. So this is a deeper conversation for the board to continue to look into, and I appreciate that the board continues to look into this with regards to accessibility of taking and passing the exam itself, specifically for underserved populations and geographical areas of our state. Texas does not have enough licensed psychological providers available as it is. And now we're in a serious mental health and substance abuse crisis. Now is not the time to be changing things like this. So I will echo what was said in the special session, that nobody is suggesting we should not have an exam for licensing. But if the purpose of the exam for licensing is to, 1, protect the public, and 2, ensure quality providers, then we need to make sure that this is what it's doing. And I'm not convinced that this is what is being done. By definition, every single licensee who has had ethics complaints and filed sanctions against them has had a passing score on the EPPP. They have a license. The exam itself does not do enough to determine the quality of providers, specifically for licensure. Topics that are unrelated to what is necessary for a license have created a large barrier for accessibility towards licensure. And those who fail multiple times need to reapply for additional opportunities to sit for the exam. And that's huge costs at a time when postdoctoral period is 2 years. When that's over, we're done. We have no ability to earn income after that unless you have a different license, such as myself. These are people with doctoral degrees, and we are struggling. So,
sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Yeah, your time is up. So go ahead, and if you just need to make a closing statement, go for it.
My closing statement is this: if the board, as Mr. Adler says, feels held hostage by the ASPPB and their authoritative mandate, imagine how we feel as potential licensees. I urge this board to consider the integrity of the license in psychology in Texas, not other states, and not what the ASPPB or other state boards want. Texas only. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Does that conclude?
No, sir, you got one more.
One more?
Ms. Smith, do you have public comments you'd like to give?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm Dr. Smith. I'm also a part of the Radical Psychs. That is a part of that Dr. Patisse just presented. And I'm in Ohio, and we are also trying to improve our workforce diversity and just our workforce initiatives in Ohio, and trying to create other ways so we can have licensees also pass. And it was a question, but I'll just make it a comment. I'll make it quick. I just really encourage, first of all, I really like the fact that the Texas board is, they asked all the questions that I had, so I really don't have a question, but I do urge for the ASPB to really take a look at the identity. I know that you guys kept referencing physicians and lawyers and everyone else, but where does psychology starts to form their own identity? I know that with psychology and versus social work and counseling, a lot of people steer toward those areas because they don't have as many barriers. So I would just urge, when you go back and have meetings with your board, to really identify what your identity is and not trying to have this identity of physicians and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. One more?
And if I could get everybody who wants to give a
Yes.
public comment, go ahead and raise your hand so that we can know a definite endpoint. Screen name Andrea. Andrea, you have public comment?
Hi, my name is Andrea Miles. I'm sorry, I don't have my full name up there. I am currently, I've got my doctorate in psychology, and I'm practicing as an LPC, currently trying to pass the EPPP Part 1. So I just want to also say that it's very difficult to pass the Part 1, and I've been working for years as a counselor. I'm sorry. And we're humans too. So I just want to tell you how discouraging it is to fail the EPPP Part 1 and be told that there's nothing we can really study. And we have lives too. So I just wanted to say, to really, I appreciate y'all taking it serious, Part 1 and Part 2, because of course I want to do this job. I like helping people. I'm not making a lot of money, I'm studying a whole lot. So I just wanted to say that much. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
This will be the last comment, I believe. Ms. Herford, do you have public comments you wanted to give?
Yes, hi, my name is McKenna Herford. I am a licensed psychologist. I am also the president-elect of Bexar County Psychological Association, although to be clear, only representing myself. I currently work in private practice, Reveal Psychological Services. On the research side, I've also specialized in health disparities in medicine and mental health. That's what my dissertation was on as well. So first, I want to echo some of the concerns that other individuals have brought up. And in fact, related to Part 1, I actually believe, because I applied for it, this special action committee to look at any potential items related to bias on Part 1. So if we're still gathering the data on Part 1, then of course that leads to questions that I have regarding disparities and more barriers to this related to Part 2. I also want to echo that I certainly agree about the concerns of competency in general. I agree with an exam 100%. I think my question is, why this exam? Why now? And how this exam specifically protects the public, particularly since I believe, and maybe I misinterpreted, it was stated the exam can't really serve as predictive. So then my question is, what role exactly does this particular exam play? And how does this particular exam at this time, when we actually don't have a lot of the data that we would want for Part 2, how does that actually protect the public? Because a lot of the answers come back to its preliminary data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. that conclude public?
Yes, sir.
All right, that is a 15-minute recess sound. Is it long enough? Can we go longer? 15 minutes. Without objection, stand in recess for 15 minutes. Time is 1:20. We'll be back at 1:35 p.m. In 1:35, the Texas State Board of Examiners of Psychologists back in session. All right, I want to thank the board again and reiterate our thanks and gratitude to OPTV for being here, their presentation, and for standing for questions. As everybody knows, those were difficult questions, and I think it speaks to ASPPB's quality of people that they are to at least engage in that dialogue with us, which is very appreciated. Okay, so before the board right now, discussion on EPP2, any action, motions that we need to take to figure out where we go from here. So the floor is open for discussion. I would also I appreciate how we went round the horn on that last one. I'm going to remind everybody that the tradition of the Supreme Court is everybody speaks once before anyone speaks twice. I'm sure there's a lot to discuss here, so I would love to hear everybody's thoughts or what we need to do before we go back.
So I have a question. So if we were going to explore writing our own exam, what would the first step be in that?
Sending it to BHEC to ask for essentially the money to do it. Unless Daryl wants to start writing.
No.
I would argue that that's a fairly huge undertaking and it's probably premature. I think that where we are right now, especially given that it's 1:36 in the afternoon, a very long meeting, I would argue that we probably better focused on opening the conversation with ASPPB and realistically redirecting. It seems to me at least that they are open to conversation. So we have a meeting coming up with them in April. It seems to me that the prudent course of action would be to bring a motion with them to, one, open up the topic to the general floor at ASPPB, to have a conversation with jurisdictions, allow these topics to be spoken about at ASPPB with other states, allow these conversations to be happening with other jurisdictions, and bring that topic to allow that discussion to happen openly.
My concern with that is it takes the ball out of our control.
Well, we can still specifically ask for that motion of the pushback, like Dr. Lambden asked for, until at least 2020. What did we say? 2020? You said 2028. I mean, I agree. Like, if we don't have more data, I mean, there are fewer people that they showed us data for than, I don't know. But
I'd like to, I guess, say something, I guess. We've had a lot of conversation here today. We've had a lot of conversation over the past year or so related to the EPP Part 2. We've heard, I've spent the past month listening to, I think I've spent about 35 hours over the past month listening to the public comment meeting that I missed in early March. I've listened to that 5 times. I've listened to other states board meetings. I've listened to the concerns, and we've had conversation here for several hours today. But for most of the points that were brought up, we're still kind of back to square one, where there's we seem to be at a bit of an impasse. And especially as we're just a little over a year and a half away from this January 2026 drop dead date, basically, I'm not, if it's decided that they're not going to allow an extension to January of 28, then we've already lost several months at that point. And we've been put into this impossible position, frankly, we're either accepting the mandated adoption of an exam of, frankly, questionable necessity, or we risk going without an exam, which is a statutory requirement. So my proposal is I actually would like to make a motion for discussion. Due to the fact we appear to be at an impasse with ASPPB on the issue of allowing the bifurcation of parts 1 and 2, in consideration of that January 2026 deadline for mandated adoption, I like to motion that we as a board direct staff and BHEC to formally initiate discussions and analysis regarding the creation of an alternative exam for the state of Texas. This is not saying this is something that we're going to do, but I think we need to formally begin those conversations and be on the safe side, quite frankly. And that's a motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, you heard the motion. Is there a second?
I second it. And I am little surprised with the response from the association, that they were willing to consider some of the things that board members proposed. There's one other option that we could consider before we make any voting on this, that do you want to give them chance to have their board meeting and we find the results of their board meeting and then decide?
That's a fair question. I do want to jump on that. I made this request unilaterally myself. I'd have to go back on this. It would have been in October or November probably of last year, and they discussed it, I believe, at their December board meeting. It was either, I'm not sure, it was probably their Q4 meeting, and they declined that request to make this optional in any way for Texas. So we've already done that way. And this one, again, that was in private. That was me unilaterally asking that. But now we've had this conversation in public, so that's.
Well, and again, I just want to clarify, my motion is to begin that process of exploring it at the BHEC level and at the board staff level. That is not saying that's something that we're certainly absolutely going to do, but I think it does keep the ball in our court somewhat and gives us an action item to begin those discussions, which I don't think have formally been had at this point. Maybe at any state, I don't know.
Well, yeah, and every state that's had this conversation is that we're not going to make our own test. Right. So what Mr. Bridges is proposing is to begin actually forming our own test.
Right. And this process, would take some time anyway. So how long do we want to wait? And, if we're going to wait, to make a formal just request for, exploratory information, I think now is an appropriate time to at least ask, to start the process, whether or not we decide to do it or not. It will take time in any way, in either case. And
certainly we could abandon that process.
Yes.
Anytime. Daryl,
I didn't want to interrupt you. Well, one thing to keep in mind, if we go down this road and we begin exploring, we go down the road of beginning to look at developing our own exam, you have one legislative session in which to ask for the funding to develop that between now and 2026. So just keep that in mind in trying to decide, do you want to do it? Do you not want to do it? You'll have one shot at it before that mandate comes up.
And I mean, I'll just say I've observed the legislature and been involved in state governance and politics for a while now. So much of what's going to happen in the legislative session happens, the discussions and how things, ideas form, that happens months before, because again, Texas is unique in the fact that our legislature meets officially every 6 months to every 2 years, unless the governor calls them into a special session. This past cycle has been a little different. We've had a lot of special sessions for a lot of issues. But that's a fair point call out, is that we get one shot, and you guys are gonna, if we're gonna do this, y'all need some time to formulate what the heck is the ask.
I've already started on the LAR
okay
for the next biennium.
So that's right. And that's just that the legislative appropriations request for the LAR. We're asking for the money to fund what you need. That would be a large addition to the LAR to this agency.
Yes.
It would need some time, that you don't just write a Post-it note and say, hey, we need some more money.
It will take Robert a long time to come up with that.
If I may on this, Duke, sorry to keep interjecting here. So
Interject away.
Something I've said often over the past 6 years that I've been on this board is that my job as a public member is to, I mean, our job as a board, as a regulatory agency, is to look out for the best interest of the public of Texas. And the primary way we do that is through, obviously, regulation of licenses, making sure licensees are well qualified and well trained to do their job. But the other aspect of that, public safety, and part of our charge, is making sure that there's enough psychologists in the state to adequately provide mental health services to the state. And frankly, we're missing quite a bit at this point. And so my question to the legislature, or the way I would be framing it, we're asking for more money, is we're asking for one of two things. Either we're asking for permission from the legislature to institute a test that, with questionable, questionable necessity at increased cost to the students of the state of Texas, $450. My first apartment in college was $500 a month. You're saying spend a month of my rent on this exam that we can't even say whether or not it's got any value, frankly. Or we're saying, give us the money so that we can manage this ourselves. We as a state can say we're in control of our own destiny. And it's hard asking for money, right? But I think that's an easier conversation than trying to justify putting this additional barrier to entry on students. I'll stop talking.
I really don't know, given in the interest of time, that there would be any disadvantage to exploring both. We made our requests to ASPPB this meeting, and I really don't know if it, so that we don't lose time, if it doesn't go the way that we hope it would go, that there's already steps in place to develop our own exam, give us the autonomy for our own needs, and construct an exam that is more, that meets our needs in very specific ways.
The only problem that I see here is that they're potentially going to take away EPPP1 because we don't go along with EPPP2. They refused to answer the question if they were going to withdraw that. Dr. Lambden asked it. They balked at it. Okay, so we're possibly in a position to call their bluff, but at the same time, we're discussing creating an exam, asking money from the legislature when we don't even think it's necessary. If we're going to be creating an exam, we need to be creating our own EPPP1, because that's the test we're going to lose. We're not mandated to do the EPPP2. The only reason why we have the EPPP2 is because they're saying it's a behind people, and the Apple right now is in trouble because they make you buy their own proprietary software, like Gates did. Okay, and so they balked at that also, but on the antitrust issue. So I think we're going in circles creating an EPPP2 for ourselves.
I want to go back just a little bit. I think that we're conflating two different ideas. So the first is, I think that without question, we have to go to the table with a plan of what we want to open the discussion with ASPPB about. That has to be our first order of business, because they are having their meeting at the end of this month, in 2 weeks. And there needs to be an ask from the state of Texas. What do we want to see from ASPPB? They hold the test that we are currently using. They have a mandate on the books for us. What is our ask to ASPPB? That is one. What has been introduced by Mr. Bridges is task 2. Do we want to explore with our legislature a separate test should that ask
not go the way that we want it to. These are two separate things, okay? I think that you have problems either way, because if that mandate stands, it doesn't matter whether or not we ask our legislature for a new test, we're not going to have it in time to serve the people of our state. A test cannot be constructed that is both legally defensible and valid in a year and a half. It cannot be done. I'm sorry, guys. It can't.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay. Could we do it? Yes. There are psychologists in this state who are perfectly capable of creating a licensing exam. Should we do it? Not sure. Okay. Could we get together with the other large states that are going to have concerns about this? Probably. Is it worth connecting with them and exploring their interests and getting together and having a consortium? Maybe. But I think that waiting 2 weeks and seeing what the wind goes at ASPPB may be far better than expending Texas dollars around this. We can still put together the letter and put together the ask and start going that way. But I do think that there is a lot of value in diplomacy here and pushing ASPPB on what it is that their jurisdictions, their mandate is that they serve us. And it is time for us to really put to them, if you serve us, this is what we need out of you. And this is what we need from this exam, and really calling for those specific revisions to serve our state. And here is how we need it to happen. Asking for a test, if this board wants to go that way, I think that is a long road. I think it is a challenging road. I think we could do it, and we could probably do it very well. But I don't see how we get there in a year and a half and have that serve our constituents any better than the brick wall and the hard place that we are in right now either, realistically.
I think a good question to ask everybody is, let's just, simplify it. Are we prepared to, at some point now or closer to the deadline, to say no to ASPPB and say thanks but no thanks? We'll handle on our own. Is everybody in agreement that that's something that, if push comes to shove, we would do?
I think there's broad consensus here on, if the question is, does Texas want HPP2? I think there's universal consensus here. The answer is
right.
No.
That's a different question.
An expletive no.
Yeah.
So the way I look at this problem, though, I see it like trying to cross the street, a very busy street.
Okay.
Even if we chose to go across the street, even if we all chose to adopt HPP2, I think we're going to get hit by a bus when this has to go before BHEC or has to go before the legislature. So that's fine. We can say we want to cross the street. We don't have another option to cross the street. I don't think we make it across the street just because of the structural regulatory hurdles that we have in this state. And so that is the idea of making a test for ourselves now. Is that the best? Is that a good idea? Well, I don't even know if that's a good idea. It's the best bad idea that we have right now. I don't know what else we can do, given the fact that we've had these conversations with ASPPB, given the fact that when Daryl and I were in Maryland when this thing got rolled out, and I said, hey, we got structural problems in Texas. Like, I don't know. Number one, I don't know about the wisdom of it, but aside from the wisdom, I don't know how I can do this in Texas. I don't know how I'm going to get this through my board and then get through BHEC. You have to understand, Texas did something different in response to the North Carolina Dental Board's case, having to do with a dental board embarking on restraint of trade for teeth whitening guys, because the teeth whitening guys were encroaching on the dentists. Supreme Court said, no, you can't use the regulatory power of the state to advance that agenda. So it changed everything in terms of how we regulate professions, not just, every profession. Not just psychology, literally every profession. When you've got a majority industry participant board, which we have, structurally, I don't know how we adopt this. And so that is making our own test a great idea? No, I don't think it is, but I do think it is pursuing that is the least bad option that we have.
Is it fortunate that we're being put in this position by
Yes.
PBB as well?
Yes.
Right? To do work.
Well, to address a comment that Dr. Becker had made about, meeting them at the table, one thing that stood out to me today was they were, it was not set in stone, the date for adoption. But the thing that was set in stone for them is that these two exams cannot be bifurcated. And that gets to the crux of the problem of it. I made this comment recently. If they come back tomorrow and say, you know what, it's a free exam, then it still wouldn't fix the data validation issues that we have and the fact that we have not looked under the hood and nobody has been able to look under the hood. They could then come back and say, here's all the data, here's every metric we have run, here's every piece of data related to this. It still would not answer the question in my mind, what is the problem this is fixing? Because as it stands right now, EPPP Part 2 is a solution looking for a problem that coincidentally doubles the price of the exam on our licensees. For one shot at taking the exam, it doubles the price of the exam. That's not counting some of the folks we heard from who have had to take it multiple times. So that's where I get to with this is that I can't gloss over the fact that that was their hard line of we will not bifurcate these two exams. And that's the crux of my comments here.
Yeah, and the point that to let us get back to you or let us keep talking about it doesn't help us at this point. Time is not in our favor. The longer this clock runs, the more of a squeeze that we are in. And I mean, call it spade, like, and I mean, this is a negotiation. They understand that, I think, quite clearly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been. It was a deadline that was long enough, I think, in their mind, for agencies like ours to swallow the bitter pill, but surely not long enough to adequately craft a good solution to it. That's the squeeze. Squeeze it.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
But again, in all fairness, though, also there is a meeting in 2 weeks, mid-year meeting in 2 weeks. I think there's a sense of urgency that has arisen from this meeting. And obviously this discussion we're having about creating potentially our own new exam, or at least from an exploratory perspective, seeing how we would do that and what that cost would be. I mean, I can tell you there would be a lot that would go into that. Financially, time, this is a major endeavor. But I think that I think it's clear that ASBBB can see that we are serious and that, if we can't come to some sort of solution or we can't come, to some sort of compromise that works, then, we may be going that route. And I do think, that is coming up in 2 weeks. So I don't know, again, like, do we make that motion for exploratory right now? Or do we wait the 2 weeks? We could always do we
can't even meet 2 weeks because we won't meet again.
But we could set one up like we've done in the past where we set up not an emergency meeting, but technically we could set up a meeting after that meeting. And that's why we're here. That's why we had an emergency meeting less than a month ago, right? So just, I'm just throwing that out. We've had multiple.
Yeah, I'd prefer to not call a special meeting. I prefer to not call a special meeting for business that could have been conducted in a regular. And I feel like, does that mean that I'm coming down here, like, probably Zoom? I'm probably the only one coming down for that one.
So let me ask this, if we set up to do this exploratory process, we are not obligated to follow through with it if things go well at ASPP.
The motion that Mr. Bridges made, I'll restate it as best I can, but he's moving to direct BHEC staff to start figuring out how do we make our own test.
Yeah,
not
information.
Yeah, it's not. He's not. There's no motion. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that the verbiage I had was motioning that we direct the staff and BHEC to formally initiate discussions and analysis regarding the creation of an alternate exam for the state of Texas. Just begin those conversations and that analysis.
That's not filing for divorce. That's.
Can we amend that to say pending the outcome of the ASPPB meeting, or do we just want to do this regardless? That's my question.
how secure do we feel that we would receive an answer from ASPPB in 2 weeks?
We've gotten the same answer in private when I asked. We got the same answer today, and the answer has been the deadline is the deadline, and we'll think about it or no. And so I heard nothing today that indicates it gives me any indicates that the answer will be any different.
Just having very recently come from the legislative arena, just food for thought. I will say, requests for funding, always do better when you have exhausted all options concurrently. So it's certainly, for what it's worth, having the multiple no's being asked is a good thing to be able to bring to the legislature to say, we tried every avenue to get out of this and couldn't.
And we're continuing. Right. I mean, I know this was a very uncomfortable. I don't know. I can probably this was a difficult conversation today. And again, I spoke to ASPB as they were leaving. I appreciate it. I appreciate them individually, personally. I have no quarrel with any of them individually. I don't think any of us do, but our two organizations are definitely at a complete impasse. So for what it's worth, like that dialogue will continue from my point.
But they did come today. Open discussion. They did say they were going to take it back to their board. I mean, now again, how long does that take? And if they're going to sit on it for a long time, then we can take action. I just, I do give them credit for coming. They came to Texas to our board meeting physically in person. That meant a lot. That meant a lot to me. I'm sure it meant a lot to other board members. The fact, they care and that they are listening. But, is it just such a strong drive for them to make the C-3 part 2 that it has to be that way? I mean, what if it could become optional? What if that's on the table and they table that for a while? But I agree, if there is no say in one direction or another, then we have to make that move. And I'm just thinking that way, and especially with what Robert's saying, even if we waited the 2 weeks to sort of see what came out of that meeting, we would have a little more ammunition for a legislative ask.
Here's the other thing. I'm sorry. Chair Canseco is actually, yeah, Chair Canseco, sorry, come to the mic over here so people can hear you at home. So Chair Canseco BHEC asked to be recognized, so absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm not a psychologist. I'm the public appointee. I appreciate how courteous everyone is being. I'd like to express an opinion. They are not going to back off. Times of the there's no reason to avoid a two-pronged approach. Approach them nicely, try to hear them at that meeting in 2 weeks, hope that they address the membership. My money's on they're not backing off. They've made a decision. They've presented it in no uncertain terms, and an extremely polite ask, not once, not twice, but also privately, all got the same answer. No, there's nothing wrong with all of you moving at this, everything moving at the same time. I believe that you should move forward with the exploration of a new test. You can always back off. I believe that asking the legislature for money, I'm a professional fundraiser, that's not going to be an issue. They're looking at all of this in the wake of Uvalde. That's right on the top of everyone's minds. The test is not going to be bifurcated if they've made their position clear. And as kind as you want to be, that's not going to change. So let's take this to BHEC. Let's look at it. By the time the ball gets rolling, those 2 weeks will have come and gone. If something changes in 2 weeks, then fine, you back off. Not a big deal. I, for one, would also ask that then BHEC hold a special meeting to address this issue in particular, and we get a move on. Let's say you're not ready in 2026 or 2027 or for whatever the next few graduating classes are. Well, then you're stuck, but you're only stuck for a little while. In the meantime, you're working on a solution. Texas has always, especially lately, in a leadership role when the road gets tough. And I'd expect that from all of us. Yes, it's hard. But the stranglehold of this agency, this nonprofit agency that stands to double its revenue, go look at the Form 990 and tell me what you see, is embarrassing. The idea that Texas would have to, or any other state in the country, would be subject to what is a monopoly is embarrassing. That's not who we are in this state or in this country. I strongly urge you to move forward. I know you hope things will change. I think we should work toward change. I, for one, feel like I heard a canned speech, not a lovely presentation. A canned speech with courtesies that were not sincere. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Canseco. Chair Gloria Canseco of the Texas Behavioral Health Council. Appreciate you being here.
I want to say this. I have a question also.
Yes, Dr. Sam.
Their board meeting is in 2 weeks. And if we don't wait to hear what they say to our questions, you know, that they said they'll be taking to the board, then and start moving, you know, to make decisions right now, then we would lose one very important, you know, important card, so to say, that would be in our favor, to say that we tried everything, we have talked with them and all, and they are still not understanding our position. Then the legislatures, I mean, they will hear us, and other people will be sympathetic. But also my second point is, even if we are forced to adopt it, that doesn't mean it's set in stone. We still have option to make our own test while it gets made, and we can use we can go along with them and then change everything. Because there have been so many changes in the way the licensure has been handled by this board over the years. I've noticed it myself for 43 years, and it's not the same. It's not even same when I was licensed. And so who's there to say that we can't change it, even if it is thrusted on us? It's this fair statement that we have the options even after we're forced to adopt it.
Well, the other thing too is if we created our own, it would be an alternative exam, correct? Like we could use their exams if we needed to in that leeway time, and then we would have ours. So, I mean, again, it would be an alternate.
Yeah, and certainly,
alternative.
Certainly we have the prerogative. If it's the all or nothing proposition, certainly we have the prerogative to accept PSYPACT 1 and 2. Correct. From other states, or somebody's coming in, certainly, and candidly, like, I would certainly accept that.
Right.
But asking Texas to require it, I don't know how we do that. So, Mr. Bridges, would you restate your motion for us, just so everyone's clear on what's on the table?
Yeah, making a motion that the Texas State Board of Examiners of Psychologists direct staff and the Behavioral Health Executive Council to formally initiate discussions and analysis regarding the creation of an alternative exam for the state of Texas.
Okay, so that was moved. It was seconded by Dr. Singh. Continue this discussions or further discussion on that?
I think going this way also shows that before, if there was any question, what we're willing to do, how strong our convictions are, initiating an exploratory question at this point has value in multiple ways.
All right, hearing no further discussion, I go ahead and call for the vote. Unless there's further discussion, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair voting aye as well. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. staff, y'all can get working on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other business or motions regarding B2 this time?
Do we have to motion for what we're gonna do at ASPPB or discuss it or?
I mean, and I know that, I know you had kind of the two thoughts on that, so we've done one of them.
Okay, my other thought is that we have to, I'd like to discuss this for a second before making a motion. But for me, the two pieces to bring up at ASPPB, and it's really for Dr. Cartwright since he'll be there, is around pushing the open discussion among all the jurisdictions on the adoption of the mandate. And the second piece is pushing back the adoption specifically for Texas, which is what Dr. Landon, just based on the size and the scope of what we have to do to make this happen in our state and for the number of people that we would have to do this for.
And that was for January 1, 2028, correct?
Correct.
For the
That was
pushback.
your suggestion, yeah.
My question is what does 2 years get us? If we still, how does that address that addresses one issue?
Mhm.
How does that address the
That's
other?
a process issue.
It would take some time anyway, so it's, I mean,
That's fair.
Doesn't address it, it kicks the can down the road.
Mr. Spinks?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. From a very practical standpoint, how many of you roll off in 2028? How many of you will still be here? Oh, you're gonna be educating new board members.
That's fair.
You guys are you're neck deep in this. You've been swimming in it. You bring somebody new in.
Yeah, that's fair. There is no one more educated on the HVP2 issue than this board as it's currently constituted.
I think Dr. Becker is like looking forward to this day, but she rolls off, but welcome to indentured servitude.
no reappointment.
I don't even know when I was appointed with this.
Oh, it's a good point, Daryl, but it shouldn't stop us.
Yeah.
Would, if you push it out to 2028 and we have to develop our own exam, do you think that's enough time to develop and deploy an exam, a valid defensible exam?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
And
Dr. Landon?
That's, that's now, correct, approximately?
But
2024.
it's 3.5 years.
Yeah, 3.5 years, okay.
It's a little better than 1.5 or
Yeah, see, and it would be, that's why I think the two-pronged approach is the best one, because that way we're already in the process.
You won't get the money until September of 2025. Okay,
is there,
at that point, you can then start contracting or finding a vendor, a contractor. I don't know that that's far enough out, is what I'm trying to say.
this is a budgeting question. Well, no, that's okay.
Do we need to do a RIF? I think is what it is. And that's a more formal process to obtain a more specific information about the time frame, the cost, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that is the correct acronym and what we would use. Now, we don't do a lot of budgeting at BHEC. I mean, a lot of budgeting. We don't do a lot of contracting at BHEC because the laws surrounding it are so complicated and tedious. And our business just doesn't require a lot of contracts. So that this is an area that we're going to have to study. Maybe Mr. Robeg is more familiar than I am, but it's an incredibly difficult area for me to advise you in right now. It's not going to be an easy process, but I'm thinking like a RIF is probably how we're going to want to start. Then you're still going to do the RFP, the request for proposal, the request for offer, and go through that later on.
I know like in Florida, they have, it's the statement of estimated regulatory costs, the CERC that they have to do. It's kind of similar to that, correct? I don't know how long that process takes.
That's a different animal, I think, altogether.
Is it? Okay.
So to that end, are we better off? And I recognize that there is still someone from ASPPB sitting right here listening to this entire conversation, and I acknowledge that. But I do wonder if we aren't better off in our strategy with ASPPB, simply approaching this as a strategy for what it means if we go about the idea of implementation. Just go down the road of implementation for a second. If we were to think about implementation from this step forward, what would implementation look like in the state of Texas? If we were to try and set up the infrastructure of a two-part exam in the state of Texas, we could not implement that in 18 months. Okay, realistically, we could not do that.
Why would it be a two-part?
Riddle me this, Batman. That's our mandate.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be.
So-
We have to have a test. We don't have to have a two-part test.
I am going down the road of doing what we asked.
Okay.
We are asked to do for a second. Okay, so I am simply engaging in the ask that we are currently tasked with and trying to think about that from a regulatory legislative perspective. If we were to put a second barrier of cost in place and we had to set up multiple layers, put in place that process for our constituents, push that out to our schools, set up that two-part process, push that out to our Pearson testing sites, and then cascade that down into the Texas educational system, what would that preparation and that structured system look like? And how long would it take us to actually realistically do that? Right? At a bare minimum, just going down that road. And again, this board has been very clear, we're not really totally interested in that, but I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Daryl understands where I'm headed with this. If we were truly engaged in that process, we couldn't do that right now in 18 months. Between the regulatory acts we would have to put in place, taking that to BHAG, taking it to the governor's office, going through all the hoops that we would have to jump through in Texas regulation, what is the minimum time that Texas would need to go through that process on the specific ask as it is?
Several years, monumental.
Well, I think it's complicated, right? I think at the bare minimum, we need to replace EPPP Part 1 at the bare minimum. Right. I think whether we give a competency exam or assessment, not necessarily exam, that can be a discussion for further down the road. We are no less than where we are right now without an exam. However, if we so wanted to and so chose, be able to choose, we could go forward. And there's different ways. I know that when California did an assessment of EPPP Part 2, one of the things that they said is it's a nice exam. We're impressed with the subject matter experts. We are impressed with the scenarios, but they were not convinced about whether or not this exam needed to be implemented at this time. And so one of the things that they said, and they offered as an alternative, which I think is very valuable and we can explore as well, is we can basically evaluate individuals on their clinical skills and their implementation of clinical skills at some point down the line in terms of whether we talk to their supervisors, whether they submit vignettes of their work for independent raters to assess. There's different ways that can be done.
No, you misunderstand my question. My question was simply, if we took the ask from ASPPB as it is right now to implement, how long would it take us as a state to do what they're asking? What is the time frame that we would be required as a state to do the things that they're asking us to do?
Oh, okay.
To adopt EPPP.
Yes.
To accept.
Yes. What I'm saying is, if we were to do this right now, we couldn't do it
Right.
logistically by January 2026. We couldn't get through
all of our regulatory burdens.
You're talking-
We couldn't get it done.
You're talking about just accepting it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So if we're trying to just backtrack from a true timeline, even if we wanted to do what they're asking us to do, we could not meet the mandated timeline is what I'm saying.
I don't even think it's about the time.
I understand, but what I'm saying is to go to ASPPB and have a conversation with them, I think it's important to lay it out. We can't meet this timeline, regardless of whether we are philosophically and morally on board or not. So I don't know that we need to say, give us till 2028 to adopt for this. What the conversation is in 2 weeks is, we actually have to do an analysis of what it would be to adopt, because we don't know, but we can't meet that. Because if you just broke down the number of legislative meetings and just by the book things, hoops that we regulatory wise have to jump through in Texas, just to meet the deadlines that we have, we couldn't do the timeline that they have. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're also not factoring in the amount of time the lead time you have to give the training institutions if you require the EPPP1 to be passed during the That's where your lead time really ticks up.
You don't have to require it. You could give that as an opportunity. That's what they've done in other states.
Hang on, say that again, just make sure, because your microphone is pointed away.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, what we haven't mentioned is the amount of lead time you're going to have to give the training institutions in the state. If you shift to requiring the Part 1 to be within the graduate training program, that takes a lot of lead time for training programs to change. We ran into that once before when we changed the LPA rule years and years ago, and we gave, I think, a 2-year lead time, and that wasn't enough, is what we came to find out. We ran into problems later on. So that's where you're going to eat up a lot of your time. And then, of course, all the regulatory hoops we have to jump through and go to BHEC, informal rule review, formal rule review, regulatory compliance division, back to the psych board, back to BHEC. That's assuming everything runs smooth. You're looking at least a year for the rulemaking process alone.
Dr. Becker, your concern is literally what, like, I relayed the minute that this thing got announced in Maryland.
We can't do it that fast.
Yeah, we can't. Like, despite even if we have unilateral agreement on the board,
We can't do it.
can't do it. And that's what drives me up the wall about this whole thing, is that if anybody would have asked us, if anyone would have put this to a vote, I would have said, hey, let's amend this and like push this out because we got some problems in Texas.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if we go there with our concrete timeline, do we have to ask for a specific date? Or could we lay out, here is our burden of what we go through? We can't meet your deadline.
You know, Dr. Becker, I think we go back to the fundamental issue is whether or not all of us were on board with this exam the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't find anybody on this board that is, including myself. So we can't get past that question. Even if we were all on board, or some of us were on board with this exam, then we would still have the limitations, the time limitations. But I really don't know about pursuing the time frame when we all have said we're not on board with this.
It's like saying, like, do we all want to build a rocket ship and go to the moon? Sure, we all want to, but we don't have the ability to do that here on this board. And I don't think that we have the ability in the state of how we're set up in Texas. It doesn't matter about the timeline at this point.
I think I'm just trying to find a point of diplomacy on which to get them to back off of the mandate. Okay, if we walk in there and we say, we are demanding that you come off of the mandate, you are going to be met with the same requests that you have been met with time and time again, which is, it is going to be a flat out no.
Then the point is that ASPPB is the one in that case that puts this license, the licensing of this profession at risk nationwide, not us.
And I hear you, and I am trying to offer our opportunity for how we come to the table with perhaps an argument about how that mandate can be backed up from in a way that could be heard professionally.
So you're saying that.
We just did that.
But we have to take it to the ASPPB meeting.
If I may, one point of pushback that I'm just reading the tea leaves, something that we will get pushed back on, period with this is if there was, the roadshow, I guess, that they went on where they were explaining it similar to what we saw today, where they were explaining some of the background. And again, I get hung up on the bifurcating the test aspect of it. And I'm paraphrasing here, but the reasoning that was given for why they would not do that was that their attorneys had decided that if some states decided not to accept EPPP Part 2 and others did, then the validity of the test or the necessity of the test would not be defensible going down the road. And so the logic was everybody, in order to make everybody, or to make this defensible in a courtroom, everybody has to take it. This is the new standard. And so I don't think personally that we can try to have that conversation, but I think it fits their attorneys saying this is the way we interpret this legally. Then I don't know that we have any ability to push back on that. Just saying that as food for thought about what has been stated in the marketing materials.
If they somehow could change their tune and make that Part 2 optional, you would still need it for that reciprocity or that PSYPACT piece, that portability piece. So if they could just see the light there that, hey, I mean, a lot of people are going to want to have that, they could still, people would pay to take Part 2 to know that they would have portability from state to state. But if you're just in Texas, you plan on staying in Texas, that's an alternative for you. I mean, I'm just kind of trying to think from different perspectives here. I mean, I just wish there was some way that they could see that if they could keep that optional, then it wouldn't be a mandate. And I mean, again, I know it comes back to the whole, like, we don't like the speech test, how the creation of it and the validity of it and all that. I mean, we all know that. But if PSYPACT, ASPPB controls PSYPACT, right? Or they are a big part of that passport. Am I correct, Patrick?
They don't control PSYPACT. PSYPACT is a different entity. You issue the e-passport, which is utilized in issuing an APIT or an ATAP, which is the authorization that PSYPACT issues.
Right.
Oh, I'm wondering if we would be having this conversation if they had said, listen, we got an extra test here and you get it for the same price.
You're saying that if essentially applicants get to take Part 2 for free?
Yeah. No, not free. We're adding a competency, a skills area to licensing. And so
I mean, it's just being added to the EPPP 1.
Then you're still on a barrier of entry issue.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, because they'd have to pass it. And as you can see, the actual pass rates on first attempts are lower than Part 1.
Yeah.
And that's like, I was actually kind of astonished by those numbers. I figured they'd be a lot higher. I really was honestly surprised when I was reading the data on that. And even like second and third attempts weren't like, you know, they improved significantly, but you're talking about a third. You know, I was thinking like, okay, so roughly a third don't pass Part 1. Well, what is the overlap between the ones that could pass Part 1 that wouldn't pass Part 2? Then you add that together. If they have to pass both, then you're really at probably a less than 50% rate.
I think that's why we want to see under the hood, right?
Right. So those are my thoughts. I just, again, the portability piece is important. I understand where they would need to have that from state to state outside of, you know, from almost from a national perspective or a PSYPACT perspective. I can see that, but that should be optional then, in my opinion, but just some thoughts.
Are there any motions anyone rather than what we've already done?
I am confused about what we need to accomplish at this stage and what we need to be moving towards.
So, Mr. Chairman, just from a practical, just to inform for the meetings, so Boston in April, and then the general meeting is in Dallas in the fall. If you go down the road of asking for a change of date for Texas, you would need the board to vote on a motion to formally ask their board. That would just be a request. They could take it up at either of those meetings. If you want to pursue the idea of asking them to allow the member states, member jurisdictions to vote on whether or not this mandate should exist, there will not be any voting at the Boston meeting. That would happen in Dallas in the fall, but the board would need to take your motion up in Boston to put it on the fall agenda.
Gotcha.
So you need to vote as a board to, I think, essentially request through us attendees to ask the board to
Bring it to
Bring
an
it
open discussion.
open discussion in April at the board and then put it on the agenda, agree to put it on the agenda in Dallas.
That was part of your comment. I
Yeah.
think.
That's, and they didn't say no to that. So. I don't know how they
Didn't say yes either.
They didn't. But I would like to motion to put that on the agenda, if you're comfortable with that, Dr. Cartwright.
Yeah.
Is to make that motion when you guys are there
So,
in April in Boston. So is the motion
State the motion.
to request that ASPPB allow an open discussion of the mandate by the jurisdictions?
Or vote. Did you want them to vote on it?
I don't know. I
It's
guess,
your motion. I just want to, because we were talking.
I guess a discussion of the mandate with a vote.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Y'all have heard it. Is there further discussion on that? To restate the motion essentially to direct our representatives, me and Dr. Cartwright in Boston, to ask ASPB to put the mandate with a vote on the agenda for an annual meeting in Dallas in November. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those say no. The ayes have it.
One other question, were we also gonna need to make a motion to ask for that date to be pushed out at that midterm meeting?
That would be a different motion.
Right. So a separate motion.
Does that get us mileage at this
Or
point?
does that, or should we just? I don't know.
I don't know what that does for us at this point, but I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
the will of the board, obviously.
It doesn't hurt
Does
us.
that hurt us? Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to request at that meeting, to make a request to be able to ask at the annual meeting, or the next meeting in 2 weeks, for ASPPB to consider and render an answer for the rollout date of January 1st, 2028.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Assume there's no further discussion on that. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those say no. The ayes have it. Any other further business on EPPP2? All right, I'm hearing none. Moving on. Papers are a mess here, so give me just a moment to get where we are in the agenda, so we don't forget anything. Okay, we are done with applications. We handled that before ASPPB. Compliance, we don't have anything with agreed orders. Jurisprudence Examination Committee, we're gonna get to a discussion on jurisprudence exam questions at point 10. With rulemaking though, we proposed to repeal 46325, the health service psychologist specialty certification. Mr. Rowan, do you want to lay that, you can explain this far more eloquently than I can. This is a old thing that we don't use anymore.
Yeah.
You want to explain that for us real quick?
In very short, we previously, under this rule, have been allowing people to apply to simply put on their license the designation that they have the specialty certification health service psychologist. We are not creating the designation. We are not creating the specialty. We are not regulating it in any way. We are not mandating it in any way. It's simply a nice couple of letters on the license. It's honestly, we identified through the rule review process as which we'll get to in a minute, but as something that is just unnecessary staff time and an unnecessary fee that doesn't really provide any benefit regulatorily.
Can I comment really quickly? We pretty are certain, this was a holdover actually from when we had the oral exam. And it used to be folks like myself who were licensed in a previous state and had this designation and then transferred into this state. If you have that HSP way back in the day, you could opt out of the oral exam. And so I think that's when it had more relevance to have that designation. So when we sunsetted the oral exam, the need for registering your HSP with the regulatory board kind of became obsolete. Yes.
All right, so this is pretty straightforward. So it's been proposed to repeal. Any motions or further discussion?
Motion to repeal.
Seconded.
Seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it. All right. Discussion on 4-year rule review. Is this Mr. Romig as well?
Absolutely.
Take it away.
All right, I'm going to share my screen briefly.
And just for, we're almost done. We only got one more thing after this, recommendations for the next board meeting, and we're done, just for everyone's edification. Sorry, Mr. Roman, go ahead.
Oh, not at all. Apologies, I didn't include this document in your packet, but we'll email it out to you. It's generally publicly available. Timeline for our rule review process. Some of you may have gone through a 4-year rule review. All agencies are required to do it. Many agencies simply pay lip service to it and confirm everything's statutorily fine and move on. We really want to take a deep dive and look at all of our rules across all the boards and make sure everything is really operating the way you want it. And so to give you a general timeline of how we're going to lay this out over the next several months, the past 2 months, staff have been reviewing all of the rules to identify any potential statutory or operational concerns. In the next couple of months, the rule committees for each of the boards, your rule committee will be meeting with us. We will present them our list of red flags and we'll solicit from them any other red flags on rules that seem like they need attention. This whole process, I should say, at the beginning is just identifying the potential areas to look at. It is not proposing new rules. There will be multiple avenues for you to look at these rules and provide input. In your June and July meetings, apologies, I cannot remember when your next one is. September. You will be having a special called meeting in June or July because of the rule review process. You're so lucky. We will be presenting to you our initial findings, the rules that we think need attention and why, whether they're statutory problems or whether there's substance problems. At that point, we will be soliciting feedback from you as the board, and we will then this summer hold a town hall dedicated to psychology, where all of the licensees will be invited to come and provide their input on which rules need updating. We will take all of that information and distill it down to the ones we think really need the attention, and again, come back to you at your September meeting and present you with our final rule review findings, which again will just be the list of rules that need attention and action. The only action we will be asking you to take in the fall are any things that are just straight repeals that don't need any amendments or changes. We've just identified they need to be repealed. Everything else, we will then come back to you, to your rules committee, to the board in the normal rule process and offer amendments, offer suggestions, take those to public comment, get those public comments, the whole shebang. So this is quite a drawn out process, but it's meant to really be considerate and thoughtful before we make any changes and look across all the boards.
I think it's important for the public's edification when you're talking about opening up all our rules that can send, depending on who's at the helm, that can send shivers down someone's spine. The goal here in our ethos on this is to simply make it simpler, easier to understand, and to get rid of antiquated things that are a problem. I don't see any policy discussion or major shift that we have done and embarked on over the past, years at this point. I would suggest to look at our track record of involving stakeholders. And so, as we go through this for the public's edification, you can trust that we're gonna be listening. I think for some of my ideas that have been pointed out as bad. There's no pride in authorship, and if we have some bad ideas in here, tell us so, we will hear you. But this is part of that process as we were directed by the legislature to reduce unnecessary barriers and streamline our processes. And there's a lot of stuff in here that is holdovers from generations past that needs to get cleaned up. Is that fair?
Absolutely. So at the bottom of the page, you'll see very much, these are the questions that are guiding us. It is not simply open season, it is targeted to finding the statutory problems, operational issues, things where particularly reality has changed. We talked earlier about COVID was a big shift. And so we're going to recognize that some of our rules need updating to reflect reality.
Very good. Any other questions or comments, concerns from the board? Hearing none, moving on, going on to discussion on jurisprudence examination questions. We need to get these updated. Is the understanding? Staff want to lay that out for us is what we need to do. Process.
Yes, sure. We work with the jurisprudence committee to go over our existing questions and kind of clean those up. So we've done that. And now we're at the point where we're trying to get a bank of questions so we can have a more random selection of questions to use. So to my understanding, in the past, the psychology board had examined a writing committee. So we're trying to see if that's needed now, or does the task get delegated to the selective board members and staff, or how you guys want to do that moving forward?
I'd be leaning on our professional members to opine here. Any thoughts?
I think it would be a great way to solicit public engagement with the board, would be to get them involved in a test writing task force. That is not something I think we could necessarily do by ourselves. And I think that there is a great thought bank out in our community that would welcome being engaged in the task.
Do you need a motion for any of that, or?
You guys, how you
What do you need?
Yeah, I would go ahead and have a motion. I mean, do you know how many people you want on the committee? Do you want to just leave it up to? Probably one of you needs to chair it. I need a board member to kind of chair this thing.
Look at me.
Well, I am looking at you. Come on, Cartwright. You look like you want to say yes.
Oh, delighted to.
There we go. We got him. Is that a motion? I've heard. I haven't heard a motion from a board member yet. Come on, guys.
Wait, motioning to create a public task force to look at jurisprudence item
chaired by
Dr. Cartwright.
I second that motion.
We have protest and objection from Dr. Cartwright.
Yes, sir.
Hearing none, without objection, Dr. Cartwright. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, it's easy on you as we can.
Can I put this on my resume?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Recommendations for agenda items for the next board meeting. Obviously, you can add those by getting with me or Ms. Moore to get those added if anything comes to your mind that needs to be on the next agenda. Before I move or allow a move for adjournment, have I forgotten anything that anybody sees here? I don't think I have.
I have one question that, but I don't want to speak if anybody else has a question to ask.
Thank you for.
Thank you. So please forgive me if I'm kind of beating a dead horse here. So I just want to make certain that we don't, leave anything undone because, time has consequences. do we want to go ahead and make a motion, or is it necessary to make a motion for a RIF to solicit information for time, costs, et cetera? Those parameters for a consideration of a test, to solicit the information, or is that not necessary?
Start attorney shaking their head no. I think that they've got what they need to. Okay, that's a BHEC thing. So.
Okay.
So we have enough to send it to BHEC and staff to develop that, and then we'll go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for stepping on toes.
It's not stepping on toes. It's a great question. I appreciate the clarity on that.
No problem, mine.
Any other further questions? All right, without objection, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Hearing none, we're adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye.